The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
And he also then responded as, it's a statement. And that's why I chose that name, is because I wanted people using it as in our community as a statement. No white guilt. That is, no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters their what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Because there are more than one. I've been on both the radio and the JF. Mudfish says, I'll load a card with a substantial amount to help keep you working. My word, because you're the best voice we have. I really thank you for that. You know what? I'm not the best anything. I'm just the guy who tries with all his heart. One of these days I'm gonna tell the story, and it's going to have to be on a video. I won't be able to do it on a live stream because it makes me too emotional, and then I can't talk. One of these days I'm going to tell you the story of one of my brothers and the heart that at that time that little boy had. That's it. That's what we're going to say right now. Heart is what matters. Not skill, not talent, not looks, nothing of that. Heart is what matters. Tenacity, desire, passion. You can all have that. You can all access that. That is what matters. Get up in the morning, and when your feet hit the floor, I want the anti-whites to tremble in their boots. That is how you make your life matter. The anti-whites know better than anybody what's going to harm and undermine what they are doing. Is that not the case? So if they know better than anyone else on planet Earth what is going to undermine what they're doing, and these are not the pink-haired anti-whites at YouTube, at this platform, or that platform, these are the governments. If they're saying, no, don't let these people hear that lexicon, those dialectics, they're telling you that it works. They're telling you that they can tell it's going to undermine what they are poisoning you with. They're saying that's the antidote. Don't let it into our country. HC Entertainment, £5 investment. Thank you very much for that, HC. How can you not love this guy? 100% dedicated to the cause. Amen in return. Thank you very much for that kind investment. But to us, they will throw the laurel of victory around our necks. Our names will be the ones that they remember. Our lives. You can be remembered through your lineage. You can be that great-great-grandfather who fought for white well-being, grandfather thus and such, and your image goes up on the wall in their home. Now that is something that gives me chills. That's something that I would feel absolute honor to be able to be that face on the wall in that family, generations from now. He did all that he could. That's how I would be. How do you, if at all? Anger is a virtue when it protects the innocent. I want you to have that. I want you to use that MC, mean curative, when you go out and have conversations online, in person. So let's get into some of this now. How about the anti-whites? Now, we talked about it before. Why do the anti-whites need to censor us? They need to censor us because they cannot allow you to hear what I have to say. Because if you hear what I have to say, then they, anti-whites, lose their control over your thoughts. If they lose control over what you think, and they lose control over your actions. They admit it. I have listened to their lectures where they have said, we cannot allow people to hear the white positive message because it's too alluring. Because it makes too much sense to them. So we have to shut them down. We never engage them in conversation. That is what the anti-whites teach their propagandists at the highest levels. They only engage us when it is a prearranged situation like an interview, and they have set it up so that we are always going to lose the conversation. Yes, a statement, no white guilt. That is, no white guilt is the most revolutionary thing you can say in any Western country today. It is, without question, the most revolutionary thing you can say. It shatters anti-white narrative. It shatters what they need to be able to victimize us, which is that we willingly lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. So you got to say no white guilt. And the fact that he ended up saying that, awesome. Has it been 2 hours since we've started? I have limitless energy for the cause of white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. So we have some interesting things coming up.
trying to tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. We'll strengthen our hearts and pride in our soul. We'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
How absolutely very exciting, ladies and gentlemen. We are together once again on a glorious Sunday in service to white well-being, Church of the West. It's wonderful to have you all here. Thank you for coming over. Big featured stories today. Blacks getting reparations in California, but who pays? October 18th Antifa and others invade Washington, D.C., my hometown, and so much more. Go free lesson of the day. It's only skin color. You've heard that a time or two, but do you know the response? And slavery made whites wealthy. What about that one? Do you know the response? Your comments and questions. And then there's this. My wife just gave birth today, and after thanking the doctor, I pulled him aside and sheepishly asked him, Doctor, how soon do you think we'll be able to have sex? He winked at me. I'm off in 10 minutes. Welcome to Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. It is Sunday. My God, we made it on time. Let me know that the mic is working okay. Let me say hello over here on these different platforms so that you all can tag me and say hello back, just in case to give you an opportunity to let me know if we are working or not. What a glorious day to be together. What a glorious day. Boy, that doctor, he's fresh, isn't he? Wonderful to see everybody. Wonderful. My God, what a rush to the finish line today it was. What a rush to the finish. Hearing you, the great Dallas Malloy said. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, this is Church of the West, and this is the advanced placement. This is the special warfare operators. Apparently, the mic is still not in sync, but we're going to go ahead and live with it. We tried, and we'll continue trying to get it back on track one way or the other. But we are here and you are here. And so we want you to come together and ask questions to grow in white well-being, to become strong again, service to our brothers and sisters, which benefits people all across the Western world. And God bless you for that. You may financially gift while we are here together. You could do so on the app that permits cash. You'll find that in the description over on the YouTubes. You'll find it there. You can also financially gift over on Subscribestar. I'll be keeping my eyes on both of those. A big happy Columbus Day, ladies and gentlemen. The third time the white race found North America. The third time we came together, you say, but the third. What could be the previous two? The third time, and third time was a charm, wasn't it? Third time was a charm. We came here in enough numbers and captured the continent for ourselves and built the most beautiful, the most glorious country on planet Earth. God bless every single one of you. You can also financially gift over on Entropy, which is up and running. Let me do this really quick. And we will be up and running there. Entropy is the Dude Bro Moment platform, up and running, looking beautifully. God bless you all. You can financially gift over on Premium Rumble over here on my side, and I will see. You can also tag me there, as well as D-Live financially gift there. Tag me there. Odyssey, tag me there. Dude Bro Moment platform. You can head on over to the Tall Kevin widget, which is up and running beautifully, and tag me there, and it won't scroll away. Too few comments over there. And finally, you can tag me over here on X live chat, where you see some heroes like Seamus McCarthy. Promethean greetings and happy Columbus Day. And we have the great Robert. Hey, hello, brothers and sisters. We stand for white well-being. Robert sharing the stream. Sloth sharing the stream. And we have Christopher here. Great to see you and your lovely family, brother. Make sure you tag me over there if you'd like to hear, if you'd like for me to hear, read, I guess, but ultimately what you have to say, keeping an eye out for that. If you would like to financially gift to the premier institution in service to white well-being, you can do that. You can head right on over to NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. You can also go there to buy the books, buy some shirts, buy some merchandise that's available for you over there when you purchase one of the books over there, you acquire them over there, you will get it with a signature, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, all of the books that I've written are available on Amazon. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. To circle back to the sentence I started, you can head on over there. That is a 501c3, the premier institution in service to white well-being. Businesses out there matching donations already. Do you want an entity that serves the well-being of white people? Like blacks have theirs, and Jews have theirs, and Asians have theirs, and mestizos have theirs, and on down the line. Well, you have one. You've got to get involved to become a financial gifter. And if you would like to financially gift yours truly with your financial donation over there, then you just tag me and the money will come directly to me. And I deeply appreciate that. God bless you. Thank you so much. You can head on over to knowwhyguilt.org, find the previous aforementioned platforms or the websites, as well as so many other miraculous and amazing things, so much of it created by the great ForNull, who I'm sure will see that we've been working on this issue, and he's going to see if there's a problem, and he's going to figure out the audio and the video sync, and we're going to address it once again. Something strange is afoot in Denmark, ladies and gentlemen. Glorious to see so many people here today in service to white well-being, champions all, as we are rolling here right in the nick of time. It's unbelievable in the nick of time, ladies and gentlemen. You got to love that. And we'll be getting into our news, our epic news, and what we'll be covering today. Just a moment. We've got the news, and we've got a quick news and laughs where we roll through at rapid pace a bunch of the news and some things to make you chuckle, giggle, and then back to more of the news. And then finally, we will take a little break. We'll come back, and when we do at that point, we celebrate victories. And holy fucking God, ladies and gentlemen, holy God, we have victories out of this world, legit, out of this world victories once again. Last Sunday, amazing, miraculous, walk on water type of victories in service to white well-being by way of the Go Free Dialogic, a practice that we teach here. Very simple. Time for you to pick it up and become an activist for the well-being of our folk, to create a people out of our vitiated race, and thereby benefit everyone who lives in Western civilization, regardless of their background or religion. It is an amazing thing that you can have this kind of thing. Megan is here. Learned somewhere there was a translation for Go Free, Born Guilty. Is that true? There is a translation for Go Free, and in fact, there are more coming. It's an amazing. We've got a Dutch translation, and I will show you right now. And we can give thanks again to Ye Old European for the Dutch translation. And here is the Dutch version. It is miraculous. It's a beautiful thing, isn't it? It is so beautiful. And you can find this, of course, on Amazon as well. And we want you to pick it up. We want you to imbibe the material. And when you do, give some positive reviews over there on the Dutch version, and how wonderfully it is. It's translated by our great Ye Old European. But you won't even believe the victories that we have coming up. Why don't we go ahead and get it? But a happy Columbus Day. Our third time's a charm, ladies and gentlemen. The continent is ours. Third time is a charm. Let's go ahead and have a look at something really mysterious, really bizarre, just for a moment before we get started, because why not, right? There you have it. Take a look at this, sweetheart.
I'm at Marshall's. Hi.
What the hell is this? Is this Frederica on Elm Street? Good grief.
Hi, guys. This is my...
This is the white man's science, beauty science, taken to Frankensteinian degrees by others.
glass skin look of the day.
That's her glass skin look of the day. It's like your anthrax look of the day.
No filters here.
No filters. You need filters. That's the problem.
I'm at Marshall's.
Somebody find this woman a Keurig so we can pile up filters all over this face. She's at Marshall's, she says, but somebody else said, you know what? Here she is over at Target. All right. What about anger over sacrilegious graffiti art installation at Canterbury Cathedral? There's nothing in the world that the anti-whites won't profane, ladies and gentlemen. And we'll make this, oops, we didn't mean to make that disappear, but we did mean to do that. Anger over sacrilegious graffiti and installation at Canterbury Cathedral. Did you hear about this? Canterbury Cathedral. We got to make another change. I can see right now there's a change that needs to be made. So give us a second here. Me and the great Falk, Maximilian von Falk, have to make a change. As I said, racing to the finish line. But you can see here, I think it's sacrilegious, writes this person. I think it's sacrilegious, was one person's response to graffiti style artwork inside Canterbury. It's not art. It's just expression. It is not art. It is graffiti. It is an expression of what they refer to later in this article as marginalized communities. And that, of course, is a meme pathogen that we don't use anywhere ever. And it says here, Canterbury Cathedral. Maybe you've heard of that before. It's an ancient building built by the white man with all its visitors in the UNESCO World Heritage Site appearing to appreciate the new installation. I don't think so. We're not appreciating the new installation. Brightly colored writing, asking questions like, are you there? What? How insightful. You know what I mean? And God, what happens when we die? I think that's addressed a little bit. I mean, maybe you should probably just sit down, shut up, and learn the white man's version of Christian. Which, how are we going to get back to the white man's version of Christianity? Well, we do that by supplanting the anti-white immoral imperative with a white positive moral imperative. And then not only do we interpret the Bible, we've got to make some bigger changes. Not only do we interpret it as we have by way of our biospirit, the lens of our instinct created by our creator. Not only do we do that, but we're going to have to get in there with a pen and make some changes so there can never be a misunderstanding again, just as there have been innumerable changes made to the Holy Bible over the years. Just know that. Are you there, God? Have been plastered on pillars and walls of the 579 AD founded building. The white man built this in 579 AD, and it is being profaned increasingly by anti-whiteism. How do we get to this point where you are allowed to put graffiti on this ancient, marvelous, and historic site of Western civilization? Well, the only way you get to this point is by way of anti-whiteism and white erasing the white race, our norms, our interpretation of the Holy Bible, our spirituality and communion with our Creator. And after a long time of that, you get to the point where you say, where are the non-white people to literally color over? Where are the anti-white, non-white people to literally color over the work that we are doing? To literally write over our most famous, historic, and beautiful creations here, our houses of spirituality, ladies and gentlemen. They speak to us spiritually, and you can know that that is indeed the case, that it is something inside of us, because it doesn't matter where you go throughout the ancient. You can go back to Aryan Greece. You can go back across our world in the West. You can take a look at what we have built as buildings for the gods to manifest, represent, magnify our spirituality, and it always speaks to you. You can be a dyed-in-the-wool Christian from the Bible Belt. You'll show up and you'll look at these ancient structures celebrating pagan gods, and you will feel that spirituality. The reason for that is an expression of our instinct, expression of our biospirit in our effort to commune with the eternal, ladies and gentlemen. That's what these buildings are meant to represent, profaned now by anti-whiteism and anti-white with this absolutely childish tear dribble scrawled on the walls. And this, of course, is, we all know the reality. This is what our cities look like. This is what our churches look like. This is what the West looks like as we are white erased from our creation. And of course, what other artifact do we see here when we look at this Anglican church and what has become of the church and the interpretation of the Word of God. Well, we also find a brand new Archbishop of Canterbury, Sarah Mullally. Sarah Mullally, it appears, is her. Sarah is the first female Archbishop of Canterbury. Sounds appropriate, doesn't it? Marriage is what brings us together today. Marriage, that blessed arrangement, that dream within a dream. That's what's become our new Archbishop of Canterbury, Princess Bride, if the people don't know where that's from. The everyday theological questions expressed in the art installation and Cathedral historic. I don't even know where that came. I have no idea how that came back. I have no idea where that came from. Marriage. That's just what I can see Sarah saying. The Archbishop of Canterbury. Marriage. Marriage is what brings us together today. Historic tradition of graffiti have not stopped some from expressing very strong reactions. A spokesperson said in a press release on the works, "I think it's sacrilegious, to say the least," said one visitor, whilst another wondered whether the graffiti images made parts of the historic site look like an underground car park. It looks like a subway. Look at this gorgeous structure. However, there have been some positive responses, of course, by anti-whites. Now, I want you to pay close attention to the way they articulate the positivity. Let's have a look at some of these responses. Quote, "Others, though, were quick to speak of their admiration for the installation and artistry and emotional punch." It's always this like feminine language, isn't it? It's always this like intangible when it comes to anti-whiteism so very often. And they want to talk about how amazing and meaningful it is. It's always this intangibility. It's always this dust in the air. Nothing you can put your hands around. It's got emotional punch. It's artistry. The installation has been created by some poet and who was inspired by community workshops. And you know what that means, a mean pathogen for anti-whiteism, and which people responded to the question, what would you ask God? The Cathedral said they worked with marginalized communities, so anti-white, non-whites, and a team of skilled artists to come up with the handwritten literature pasted on some of the pillars. How absolutely revolting. What are your thoughts? Tag me as No White Guilt right now. Tag me as No White Guilt right now. I want to know what your thoughts are about the profaning of this religious building and what that means for our people and where we are today. Is Christianity a vehicle? Could we use the modern iteration of Christianity, anti-white Christianity? Could that be used as a vehicle for the recapture of our destiny? Is the Christianity of the day, this anti-white Christianity, was that the same Christianity employed by the Knights Templar? Was that the same Christianity employed by our very great Columbus? I say, in the name of Columbus, let us deport so many of the anti-white border crossers. And boy, there have been some very cathartic videos that we are going to take a look at when it comes to that. Some pretty gross people being, I love it. You got to love it. That's what I voted for. The great Brand Danger's in the house. I think they should be forcibly removed from Western civilization. Bingo. Big salutes to the Dean Danger of School of the West, the only school in service to white well-being. We are doing it all here, ladies and gentlemen. The Tree Godfather, the Cool Papa J Magic, Recon is here. Nameless One, Garlus is here. Wonderful to see you. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt. If you have any comments about what's going on, @ No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt. And I'll be taking a look around. The great Sloths over here on Premium Rumble says you were out of sync in May 22nd, 24 too. Audio ahead of video. I just checked. Maybe when you reach a big donor gives you what is this, pocket change. Yes, you can get the resources to address it. I'll have to do that. Mike is close enough, says Dallas. Thank you so much. Nothing can stop the Church of the West. Nothing can stop us. I tell you that. Absolutely nothing. God bless you for that. Swiveling around. But how is the audio? We have the audio coming into the gathering by way of a different means than it's been for years and years. Is it the exact same? Is it any crisper? Is it any clearer? Can you tell? Maybe there's no difference whatsoever. It doesn't matter to me. I'm just, your Southern Bloom is in the house. Wonderful to see you as well. Rapunzel is where the Spud Ruggers is here. Hello and welcome. Looking for those tags across the platforms. If you have something to say, Franklinator is among us. So is Yiz, the Unifying Hyperborean Dream Autumn Party. So many powerful champions in service. Make sure you share. The great ForNull says it's good, it's good, it's good. I thank you, brother. Super Blue. I think we need to make like a treehouse and post some no girls allowed signs. No girls allowed. No, we don't allow girls, but we do allow women of the West. And we are the only community with women of the West. Ay is here. I received 250 plus likes in 24 hours on the Lotus Eaters. I'm sick of anti-whiteism. Who's with me is what he wrote. Big salutes. Celebrate. I don't think we have you. See, we have so many victories. Every single week we celebrate the victories from the previous week. We can't even get to them all. Showing up over there and talking about 250 plus likes on a swash on the Lotus Eaters, abstractionizing community galore, abstraction cowards, so many of them. And he says to the audience, sick of anti-whiteism, who's with me? Got the audience celebrating this champion. Loving the work you're doing. Thank you, good champion. We'll keep an eye out for you. Make sure when you have big successes when swashing, you got to have the biospirit of the West or the Franklinator. Make sure we know about it. We want to celebrate you, damn it. So that was Super Blue that said we need a treehouse to keep the girls out. And you mean girls of both sexes, right? We want to keep both of them out. Jerome is here. Kingdom of Inland. Kupapa J Magic says, it's fine. Doesn't bother me. It's only off a tiny bit. The new setup will let you dial in the syncing perfectly. Well, if the audio is ahead of the video right now, I think I have it dialed as far as it will dial, my brother. 2,000 milliseconds. But we'll talk about it. We'll go over it. What is this? 8 symbol. The problem is not white women. That's the program written in them. It's the anti-whiteism. Corey is with us, of course. Great to see you, champion. Well, there you have it, the profaning of this magnificent edifice and this place of worship for Western kind. Let's take back all that is ours, the church, the religion. Let's take back these positions from people like Sarah Melali or whatever her name is. But before we move on to our next item, which of course is going to be quick news and laughs, ladies and gentlemen, let me take a quick look over here. We have Anti-Vilification League is in the house. Great to see you, brother. Mainly on YouTube, where I'm a mod. So this is, what is this about now? Oh, the stream doesn't get a lot of love. Show the love, ladies and gentlemen. Show the love for the work that we're doing in service to white well-being. But first, let's take a look at this little gem. You're going to maybe enjoy this. Take a look at this little gem. And here you have, I will drop myself back. Objectively, what we're looking at here is a e-whore who has said 20 minutes in a room with me. What would you do? So objectively, I mean, just looking like obviously this is an e-whore, and we just say, get out of here, away with you, e-whore, back to hell. We'll have nothing to do with you. But take a look at this winner, one of these Fuentizian boy crushers. He says at the bottom, if he had 20 minutes alone with this, with a female with a body like this, with a body looking this nice. He says, I would use it to convince you that the Holocaust didn't happen. I'm telling you what, ladies and gentlemen, these Fuentesians, they're so gay. Claudine Gay, that is. They're so gay that when they go bungee jumping, if the rubber breaks, they're in some deep shit. They're in really deep shit, if you know what I'm saying. If that's what comes to mind when you look at a body like that you're going to talk to them about the Holocaust, you are a loser. Enough of that. Let's find our way back over, folks, to our quick news and laughs and see what's happening.
For anyone who's
She says she's Iranian.
Iranian here with another pro tip for anyone who's not from the Middle East. No one in the Middle East actually blocks intersections to pray in the streets and yell Allahu Akbar. The reason that they do it in your countries is because they're trying to assert their religious dominance over you and claim your country and turn it into Sharia law.
Well, that is the opinion of an Iranian. And clearly we all know in the West that they're just doing us because they're just blocking the traffic and forcing their prayers and etc. on us because they love us. That's what it's all about. I don't know what this lady's talking about. Remember, I just bring you the news reported by others or comments reported by others. I don't endorse it. Take a look. The anti-whites are getting ready to fight us, and they're in training. Yo, look at this one. How afraid are you? The anti-whites. Anti-whites are reportedly training for potential clash with political opposition, and they are invading Washington, D.C. on the 18th. This thing will be showing up right here in my hometown. Looking forward to it. Look at these gems as, of course, Firefox has to reload. Seattle, it's called the Fat Mall. It's called the Fat Mall, a store for plus-size customers. Hosts a street fashion show to celebrate fat joy. We'll take a look at this. Whoa, my goodness. Take a look at this one. My Lord, she is, that's so sexy. She's so fat, when the full moon comes out, she turns into a warehouse.
Every fat babe needs to experience a fat fashion show. Representation like you've never seen.
Holy God. Wow.
Bodies like yours taking up space.
Oh, nice. Look at this one. She's so fat, she starts the day in heels and she ends it in slides. Oh, God.
Energy is electric. Every cheer says.
Oh, my God. Look at that one. Nice. She's so fat. She carries American dollars in one pocket and pesos in the other.
Fat joy is powerful. Clothes designed for you, not despite community you can feel. You're surrounded by babes who get.
Nice. That is the new beauty in Western civilization. But we love fat, ladies and gentlemen, when it's white positive. We love it when there's beauty at every size. Take a look at this. So much is so right with this video right here. It's so much is so right. Check this out. See if you can detect if there's anything unusual about this clip.
You were abandoned at birth. You're a person of color in America. You were a queer person in a Mormon community. Are there any other struggles you faced in life?
This is a real interview. Oh, it's perfect. How about this one was given to us by Maximilian von Fock, and he said, you got to play this one. So let's hear what von Fock had shared with us.
A Rebro. I run Rebro. And you know what a Rebro do? We destroy the...
Wait, hold on. Fock. Hey, Fock. What the hell is this? This isn't normal. You all can. He's over behind the camera. You can't hear what he has to say. He's not mic'd up. He's been a little lewd lately. I didn't want y'all to have to hear what he had to say. This is not how she talks. Something's clearly wrong.
Economy.
That's not. Oh, okay. He says it's a translation and it's done by an Asian guy. All right. So let's.
We make everybody impoverished, and then we make sure all the homeless people doing drugs in front of the children, and make sure all the...
Are you sure, Fock? Are you sure That's really that's a translation of what she's saying?
School teaching the children how to be a homosexual and make sure they all.
I don't believe it, fuck. I don't care what you have. This is definitely not what she's saying. Take a look at this. This is typical in America today. Holy shit. Cecil Brockman, Democrat in state rep in North Carolina, arrested for allegedly raping a child, and he has a youth center named after him. Only in the anti-white West. Give it up. Give it up for Stoppa anti-whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. White people cannot be immigrants to Western civilization because the West only exists in us. Amen. Now, this is a Christian national. He's planning, these Christian nationalists, they're planning on taking back the West, as they, just like when they lost it.
Linen is the only fabric that bacteria cannot survive on.
Okay.
And that is exactly why Jesus told us to sleep and wear linen.
It's sleep linen. I don't recall that admonition, but okay.
Think about this. The frequency of polyester.
The frequency of polyester?
Is 15 hertz.
Okay.
The frequency of the dying body is 15 hertz.
The frequency. Let's go Christian nationalism with frequencies. Take a look at this one, another symptom of anti-whiteism. Record number, Indiana man. This one of them Indiana men right here, accused of stabbing a 69-year-old at a gas station, has ignited outrage after records revealed a staggering criminal history, nearly 100 prior arrests, with records showing he's never served a day in state prison. I say we take this Indiana man and introduce him to the inside of a wood chipper prison. How about this one? Another symptom of anti-whiteism in the West. An illegal alien from El Salvador, writes Fox News, so an anti-white border crosser, will serve only 1 year in jail after killing University of South Carolina student Nate Baker, 21 years of age. This young white man, life is now gone because of this anti-white animal right here that shouldn't have been in the country. Another symptom of anti-whiteism. Take a look at this symptom of anti-whiteism. Irish citizens, so our brothers and sisters, are being told that their children now have to be put into a lottery if they want to be able to enroll them in school, because the slots in school somehow are not limitless, are being given over to anti-white, non-white youth. Another symptom of anti-whiteism, which nationalism, ethno-nationalism, Christianity, right-wing politics, complaining about non-whites, etc., has not stopped, has indeed facilitated these consequences. These dogs look like they have great credit. Another anti-white throwing piss in the face of a conservative reporter right here. And the Portland police, in the employ of anti-whites in Portland, Oregon, do not arrest the individuals responsible for this heinous, vulgar, disgusting attack. This black woman says that she believes we should bring back segregation because she's sick and tired of living around white people. Okay. I mean, you're not really going to have to work hard to persuade me if that's really what you want. First child, ladies and gentlemen, this is how the first child is treated, and here's how the next is treated. Number 2. I'm no weatherman, but I got a cat, and you can expect a few inches tonight. This black woman is pure evil.
The ICE people, they're not going to get it until their families start getting harassed, detained, assaulted.
That's what she wants, this anti-white pig. She wants the white man being harassed, their families assaulted, detained. She goes on and on with her anti-whiteism. Biospiritual incompatibility with anti-whites, absolutely unacceptable. Maybe she should team up with the other black woman and demand segregation. Who's going to win? Place your bets. Place your bets, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to win this? A juvenile male bison against an elk. Who's going to win? Is it going to be B for bison or E for elk? What's it going to be? Make your bets. Let's hear your bets. Oh, it's getting close. He's fired up. He's fired up. He's like, bring it. Oh, my God. The elk wins. The juvenile male bison runs for his life. Who the hell would fight that thing? Look at the horns, the antlers on it. Look at this one. Typical modern female. In the about section, I'm not here for hookups. No DMs. The profile pic. And this is a woman. She has a beef with a groundhog in her backyard that she's named Gary. And she sounds like this is like one of the things my mother would say.
I got good pictures of him with the flowers and some. Hey, Gary, how you doing, you son of a bitch?
I love how Gary is standing out on the deck like he pays the mortgage. Take a look at this groundhog. Look at him right there. He's enjoying the deck. He's like, look at my vista. Over here, another symptom of anti-whiteism in every form. In Belgium, a 30-year-old anti-white, non-white in the pool sexually assaults a 14-year-old girl. We have remedies for this kind of thing. So that's a symptom of anti-whiteism. But here's also a symptom of anti-whiteism. His lawyer argues, quote, a conviction could ruin his future. He had never lived with free women before. All right, here's your wood chipper. Breaking. Caroline Leavitt just showed proof that Democrats will only reopen the government if illegals, anti-white border crossers, receive $200 billion of our dollars in free health care. That's what the Democrats, this is the continuing resolution to open the government again. This is what they say. Caroline Leavitt just revealed this. This is what it's all about. It's about victimizing you and me and all of Western kind, impoverishing us so that we cannot come together as a people and fight for white well-being, the Democrats. Take a look at this thing.
It goes 2 by 1, even 2 by 2. Everybody in the floor, let me show you how we do. Let's go. Dip it low, then you bring it.
Literally, if ladies and gentlemen was a person.
It was, ladies and gentlemen, at this point that Kevin's dad took back every negative thing he ever said about his son wanting to quit hockey and focus on figure skating. Kevin got it right, Dad. Antifa Special Ops. Meal Team 6. Yes. And here you have, ladies and gentlemen, Brylan Hollyhand in a brief little interaction on his tour of universities for the establishment. What does he have to say?
You are we're continuing supporting legal immigrants in the country. I said the melting pot absolutely is something that we should continue to do. So
he says we are continuing to support legal immigration. It's the melting pot. That's what America's all about.
We should keep increasing the amount of legal immigrants. Legal immigrants, yes.
So there's a student there, come to watch him, says, wait a second, everybody currently does not want legal immigration. So what are you saying? No illegal, no legal.
We're a melting pot, absolutely.
And Holly Hands over there saying, absolutely, we're a melting pot. We got to bring them all in from all over the world. We need to be white erased legally.
So I'm sure you understand these groups vote overwhelmingly against American values. They vote for the Democratic Party. So
It's American values are white values. We're going to have to own that and not continue attempting to defend our values by divesting them from ourselves and then saying it belongs to everybody who could hold the opinion of what America is. No, they are part and parcel of our biospirit. You don't defend what is not of you and yours. Abstractionizing this doesn't work.
Surely that's the death of the Republican Party, right?
Yes, but we can't close our borders and have our nation where we don't accept anybody to come in. So I've been a very big proponent against.
Plenty of countries do that.
We can't just completely close our borders off and never allow somebody else to migrate into the country. Right?
Why not?
Because that's how the country started, as a melting pot. Like, we welcome people in.
Apparently, he doesn't know of, never heard of, is anti-white Israel Zangwell. And meanwhile, I'm sure the rest of these people don't know that in the midst of this conversation about America being a melting pot, you all do because I taught you all, there was a Supreme Court decision that Americans, that you could only be an American by being white, and that Caucasian was too broad to be an American. You had to be white as understood by the population, and we know what that means.
Did not start as a melting pot.
Check it out for yourself, though, because we know we got anti-whites listening at the platform, and maybe I'm wrong, so check it out for yourself.
The term was invented in 1910 by Israel Zangwell.
So the people that came over from England didn't melt into America.
No, they started in America. They didn't melt in anything.
Okay. I've been very.
This is Brylan Hollyhand's position. Now you know. Now this is cathartic, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. And I love the guy doing the videotaping calls this thing a sir. ICE agents ram into SUV blocking their van after arresting WGN-TV Chicago employee. We are proud of ourselves.
Sir, what's
Sir.
your name? What's your name?
Sir, what's your name?
Brockman, I work for WGN. Let them know.
I got you. Yep.
Let
Debbie
them
Browning?
know.
Brockman, WGN.
Don't you just love her cleavage?
Do you guys want to share your names too, or I'm just going to cover your face?
They're covering their noses.
Cover your face a couple years. Okay, Mr. Condemnation. Yeah. Oh my God.
This is ridiculous. Honestly. Stop. Get the down.
It's gonna get good. This SUV decides to block ICE. This black SUV.
Hopefully your wife and children make it home. What is this vehicle, honestly?
Biospirits, Miss Piggy, absolutely.
Yeah.
Look at how low it now sits after they put her inside. They're like, hey, get out of the way. And they're not getting out of the way.
Get out of our neighborhood. Get out of our state.
All right, look at the determination on our brothers in arms. They're like, all right, you don't want to move?
This is some bullshit.
Here you go. Oh. Too late. Too late, bitch. I don't think that's going to buff out. Here it is, independent women, and they can do it alone. Also, at the first sign of trouble. Here she goes. She's like, I'll just do this myself. Yeah, screaming when it goes wrong. Now, here is your feel-good white moment of the day, ladies and gentlemen. This is a little handicap, little girl allowed to be a high school cheerleader. It's a very white feel-good moment. Look at this. Oh my God, look at her face. Look at how happy she is. Oh, that is wonderful.
Can you feel it?
Takes her to prom. Give that young man a medal. Give him a medal. I love that. Okay, here we go again with the AI gag that people are playing on their spouses. Here's the maid has shown up. Says here, the cleaning lady is here. And this is the message he sends his wife. Wife writes back, what? Joe, who is that? Why is she in the house? I told you, the cleaning lady. Thought we could use the help. No, we don't need the help. Why is she posing for the pictures? Answer the phone, Joe. Oh my God, that is funny as hell. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have this. Some train. Oh my God, look at that car on the railroad track. Holy shit. Oh my God, it's some cats again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's roll.
I fell for you like a midnight train, racing through the pouring rain. Thought you saw the world like me, but your heart was full of enemy. You smiled when I spoke of our past, then I saw your mask at last. Every word a loaded gun, and I was just another one. Loved you, then I knew you were tearing down my truth. Every kiss, every night was a lie wrapped up so tight. Loved you, then I knew you'd rather see my kind subdued. Now the fire in your eyes is just a cold disguise. You spoke in riddles, talked in chains.
Anglo-Saxon NWG, let him know you love him for this piece of music. We have Perspicacious Comments we're going to read here. Just a couple of them, your comments from the threads, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to jump right into Gavin Newsom approves slavery reparations agency. We have that. We have so much more. We got news from The Hill. What you need to know about the upcoming King's protest. We have Ronald DeSantis arrested again. So much. Get ready to rock and roll.
Tearing down my truth. Every kiss, every night was a lie wrapped up so tight. Loved you, then I knew you'd rather see my kind subdued. Now the fire in your eyes is just a cold disguise. I watched you walk away so proud, blinded by the screaming crowd. But I won't beg, I won't plead, I won't bow, I won't bleed. Loved you, now I see you were never meant for me. Every kiss, every night was a war I had to fight. Loved you, Then I knew, now I'm walking on my truth. Let the fire in my eyes burn through all your lies. Oh, oh. Then I knew, oh, oh. Now I'm through. Now I'm through.
All right, folks, let's get into the great Ivan. The Hobbable is with us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for reposting the stream. Yeah, make sure people know that we are live and we are rocking it. Let's get into these perspicacious comments, shall we? Smart comments, in other words, for the dummies out there. Smart comments. Let's have a read here. Anon69669 writes this. I admit, I used to J-Spurg. It's a coping mechanism to blame everything on them and simplify things when life gets hard. Real mental illness. Glad to be out of that sphere. Unfollowed everyone who promotes it. It's extremely harmful to the individual to be that hateful. The positive perspective is the only way forward. Anon writes here, in addition, it's dangerous because the algorithms on social media promote J-Spurging these days. So anyone who is conservative will get fed that kind of information endlessly. So very true. And why is the establishment doing that? Why are the anti-whites? This is a brand new person come to the community and with his own conclusions on what's happening in the world, what's happening online, on how detrimental it was to be a J-Spurg and be filled with this animosity endlessly for Jews instead of doing something productive. And this individual comes in and says, it's a sickness, it's a mental illness, it's not healthy to be thinking those kinds of thoughts all the time. The positive perspective that we are talking about here in service to white well-being, the only path forward. This is obviously a normal, healthy, ordinary, productive man of the West, and says here, shares the observation that the problem is that all of the algorithms are feeding J-Spurging content to conservative white Americans, conservative white Australians, conservative white Canadians, etc., feeding them that. Why would devious anti-whites want to feed you that? Because it's a dead-end path, you fools. It is a dead-end path. You know, it reminds me of this movie. I don't remember what the title of it. Maybe one of you will. But it reminds me of the movie where this spaceship, this villainous alien spaceship, was caught in the gravitational pull of, I don't know, maybe a star or a black hole or something like this. And the captain turns toward his right-hand man, some underling, some like monster-looking thing. And he's got this helmet on, and he looks very gravely at the captain, and this little eyepiece folds over his eye. The captain says, what happens now? And this number one turns to him and says, we die. Nothing can be done. That's the path the anti-whites want you on. It should tell you everything. It should tell you everything you need to know. That's the direction they want you to go. Big salutes to Anon. Let's keep it going. Michael McGee says, and I responded to Michael because I didn't know which direction Michael was going here. And I wanted to share with you our moral relativism is both absurd and wicked. And I don't know if Michael was siding with us or oppositional to us, because we talk about the fact that the morality that we express is born out of our biosphere. There is no morality beyond us. There is no morality out in the cosmos. It's a consequence of instinct. If you want to say it's from the good Lord, then he made us the way that we are. And each group of people have demonstrated different forms of morality. So it is not universal. I write back to him. Our morality is ours, right, Michael McGee? We have not defended our morality as ours, opting instead to view it as a universal. And as a consequence, we have been argued out of it. People do not own or defend universals, Michael McGee. Evidence of that is the West today. Look at the church. Look at the Anglican Church. Look at the new Archbishop of Canterbury. If you want to retain our norms, and if you want them to become ascendant, you must say that in our countries, you do as we do, or you are immoral. You are shunned. You are out. The idea of arguing that our norms are not ours, but everyone's, has failed in the most fantastic fiasco of all history. Ladies and gentlemen, Thorbason says here, people ask me why I don't pay for Netflix. I tell them, because it's anti-white, and anything anti-white, I will boycott. God bless you. Josie says, it's really a shame that many of the thought leaders on the right, like Bubba Boy Fuentes, aren't able to see the whole picture as you, Jason, lay out. They'll only ever be halfway there at best. We have Daniel says, this is the most important unappreciated space on the internet. That's why you all have to be sharing and posting and retweeting and across all of your social media. Daniel's right. This is the most important underappreciated space on the internet. I have to agree, even if unintentional, the Nazi LARPers are hurting us more than Antifa. And Antifa hates any and everything to do with white people. So very true, Daniel. Big salutes to you. And we have, is this Chad? A final comment here. Yes, it's Chad. Chad says, Jason, I'm normally on Ramsey Paul's private roundtable and always try to switch the conversation to the Go Free stretch. God bless you, brother, for swashing over there. I was shocked to find that Mr. Ramsey has not read Go Free. I'm attempting to push hard for him and the others on the round table to get the book and read it. I'm also shocked to find how the other white people on the round table seem to lack the understanding that we don't have a people yet. These are fundamental concepts that if you don't have, you're stuck in their narrative, the anti-white narrative, you cannot escape. One guy responded to a comment I made, quote, when we become a people again, close quote. And the guy replied, what do you mean when we become a people again? We are already a people. Sure. Laugh my ass off, Chad writes. They know everything there is to know about Jews, though. They often bring up black crime and 13-50, to which I always respond with, do they knowingly disregard our laws because they're black or because they are anti-white? Brilliantly written. Or what do the 50% of blacks on those FBI crime statistics committing crimes have in common? Most, if not all of them, are anti-white. Let's give it up for Chad swashing over there in a private space. I guess you got to be, to get into the round table, you have to really be somebody special over there around Ramsey Paul. So we love it that you're in the mix and you're rocking it for white well-being. We'll be celebrating you more in the future. I'm sure you'll be doing great things, brother. Let's get to this news. Gavin Newsom approves slavery reparations agency. It's going to be interesting. What do reparations mean, ladies and gentlemen? What does it mean now? Reparations. It's fascinating. It's kind of like you can go back in time to 12-year-old Jason Kuna sitting in the cafeteria, as I talk about in my book, Crucible, if you haven't read it yet, when I began asking innocent questions about what later I would term anti-whiteism, what later I would identify, and by God, we have such amazing, amazing victories when it comes to that. We are going to be just out of this world like fireworks. Fireworks. And they said it couldn't be. By the way, I do have to mention on this day, literally right now, there is a conference, a big conference that is wrapping up. It's been taking place over the weekend. And let me tell you, it was billed as a conference for the best and brightest, for those achieving the biggest things for the white race, with these approaches, these successful approaches for our people. And we're not invited to be talking. I mean, that's who else is doing this? Seriously. So they're wrapping up today, patting each other on the back, and, you know, a little bit of this as well. Salt shaker. A little bit of this as well. Busy over there. And we're here busy with our sleeves rolled up, grease all the way up to our elbows, cuts and blood streaming all over the body, getting the job done, motherfucker. Getting it done. The California governor signed the bill Friday, 5 years after he created a task force to study how racist policies have affected Black people. It's kind of like you go back in time to that 12-year-old Jason, and I told my peers, this is a story. Today, we call it the anti-white narrative. I named it that many years later. At the time, I said, we live in a story. It's fictionalized reality or hard, straight-up fiction. But we live in a story where we, as the white kids, are the bad guys. The white kids at this 2-year school before us, they were the bad guys. The white kids who follow us will be the bad guys. Look at all of these years later. And that school is still there, still has white kids in it. They're still the bad guys. So what does reparations actually mean? A little tip for what we're going to be talking about. Make sure you tag me as No White Guilt while we are together today. I'll be keeping an eye out. Eagle Heart is here. Good to see you. Goofus is here. Dennis is here. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Tag me as @ No White Guilt across any of these platforms. And I will see then what you have to say, and we'll speak to what you have to say. JK160 is in the house. Kid Folk is with us. Happy Columbus Day. A big happy Columbus Day to you, my brother. Let me scroll back and see if I can come across. Make sure that you change in YouTube the chat to live chat from top chat to prevent yourself from being denied access to some of the comments. Arden said about the competition between the young male bison and the elk that he thinks the hunter wins. Yeah, I think so too, brother. What else? C is here. Gladiator is with us. Good to see everybody here. Herman is in the house. Hello, Herman, and welcome. Pants is here. Good to see you, brother. Swiveling around this way, and we find the best and the brightest, having the most success, will be given the stage, and they will have the opportunity of making appeals to white men with more money than sense, but not us. Looking over here at, okay, no new tag. Wait, Dallas says, God bless that former J-Spurg for his miraculous transformation. Huge respect and love for his courage. Amen to that. So very true. Looks like we're running good on X. Not seeing any issues. Hello to everybody. And real quickly, across his clean, the great one is here. And he has reposted. God bless you, the great one. And so has a Princess Noodles. the Ivan's female wife. God bless you for that, good brother, and see you both here. Sacramento, California. Gavin Newsom on Friday approved a new state agency to administer restitution for descendants of slaves. So black people. A victory for black lawmakers. You mean anti-white lawmakers? Because who is being divested? Who is being robbed? Who is being weakened? The white race. So this is all about targeting us, and that's how we should talk about it. The conversation, of course, our cuck brothers and sisters, will be one of abstractions. How do you really know? Some of these blacks, in fact, many of them, are related to white people who owned blacks. That's how they have white DNA in them, because there was some mixture, and there's been mixture ever since. So how do they get a percentage, or do they get the full allotment? You don't bother with these conversations. This is all about victimizing the white race. You reframe in our story. This is the anti-white narrative. The Democrat governors signed the legislation 5 years after forming a task force in the wake of George anti-white freaking Floyd to study, after he died, the legacy of slavery in California. Don't bother getting into the conversation of, was it a slave state? How many slaves? Were there ever blacks owned here? Were there ever anybody else owned here? Don't bother getting in those conversations. That's in their story. And how the state could implement reparation policies and more. Then 2 years after the panel released its extensive recommendation, Newsom mentioned the bill during a conversation about racism on the podcast Higher Learning. No, thank you. I quote, I signed a bill 2 days ago with the Black Caucus as it relates to creating a new office to address these systemic issues. The anti-white narrative. He said during an episode released Friday morning, pushing reparations proposals across the finish line has proved challenging, especially as the post-pandemic political climate shifted rightward and the state confronted multi-million-dollar budget deficits. Newsom himself threw cold water on the notion of writing checks to descendants of slaves. How would you identify them? When he said in 23, quote, dealing with the legacy of slavery is about much more than cash payments. Now we're getting at the truth of what reparations is. You see, there isn't enough money. There isn't a sum. This tells you a lot about the anti-white narrative and the thinking of anti-whites, the social morality of the West. The anti-white immoral imperative is the social morality of the West. When it comes to how much should black people be paid, how much dollars should they be paid apiece for the 10 trillion years of suffering under the white race by way of contact with the white race? What have we discovered as a consequence of the immoral imperative of anti-whiteism? That number is over the past several years. It's limitless. But of course it would be. But of course, because the purpose of anti-whiteism is the greatest achievable injury that can be had relative to the law, relative to public opinion at that moment. So the starting point is infinite dollars. Infinite. The most that we can inflict injury on the white race. And then they have to deal with the reality. So what was before the reality? The reality of, are there that many dollars? Is there infinite dollars to steal from the white race, to victimize the white race? So what was there before the reality? The fiction of the anti-white narrative. The social morality of the anti-white immoral imperative. The goal of which is infinite injury on the white race. Why? Because the narrative is a story that doesn't change. Thank you, 12-year-old Jason, for figuring that out, having that epiphanic moment after my discussions with the parents and the teachers and the administration at the school and watching the movies and the cartoons. Thank you, 12-year-old, for figuring that out. You're not getting respect from outside this. You're not getting respect from that group that was having the conference in billing itself and this particular conference as the best and the brightest and the most effective against our victimization. No respect from them. But that's exactly what's taking place here. So the moral response is infinite injury to the white race. In the context of dollars, means infinite dollars. So they have been batting around numbers, actual numbers for how much each anti-white black person should receive from the victimization of the white race. And anti-white white people, anti-white Asian people, anti-white Jews, and maybe some anti-white blacks as well, anti-whites of various races, have looked at the books and they've said, well, infinite dollars, we're not going to be able to pass that. Oh, well, 50 million apiece, we're not going to be able to pass that. And we've seen as the numbers have been whittled and whittled on actual cash payments because it's physically impossible. Anti-whites want to get as much as they can to victimize the white race, but it's physically impossible. So what does reparations mean? Eternal guilt. Eternal white guilt. That's what it means. Eternal apologies from the white race. And Gavin Newsom, the anti-white extraordinaire, says so. Dealing with the legacy of slavery is about much more than cash payments. What he reveals with that statement is that this is about killing the white race, victimizing the white race on the altar of anti-whiteism to the end of time. There aren't enough dollars because the moral thing is infinite dollars of injury on the white race. So since we can't get to infinite dollars, since the state is already deeply insolvent without the rest of the country propping it up because of anti-whiteism, and that's only segments of California. Imagine, and you have these people will come forward and they'll talk about, well, California is the whatever number biggest economy in the world. And that's what anti-whiteism does to it. Destroys it. It's the white man's ingenuity, productivity, excess that we are able to create with our intelligence, with our continual improvements on what has gone before us, that creates that abundance. And still, that's not enough because morality dictates infinite victimization. Are you ready to get out of their narrative yet? Are you ready to stop talking about our victimization in terms of abstractions? Are you ready to stop being an abstractionist coward? Because there's no way to talk them out of their morality, their anti-white morality, which indeed is the social morality of the West. Are you ready to get out of it yet? Infinite victimization. Reparations will take the form of reparations. Reparations, victimization. Victimization of the white race. That's what you should read when you see the word reparations, making amends. It's all about victimizing the white race and Western kind. So, what other form will it take? It will take the form of cash in greater payments, allotments, opportunities for anti-white blacks in California, and this will be duplicated across the West to victimize Western kind. There'll be If you thought it was bad already, with all of the WIC and all of the social welfare and all of these people living and they're voting for a living, if you thought that was bad now, you just wait until the new programs that are state operated, the new programs that compel banks operating in the states of California and elsewhere that imitate this to allot more business loans, more home loans, more self-improvement loans that must be forgiven and must be at great rates. And we saw what happened the last time you had the mortgage crisis, because the rapacious bankers turn around and say, we don't want to go out of business, so we'll bundle these things up and we'll sell them to the gullible white boobies out there by way of their investment strategies. It'll be more and greater programs. It will be endless self-abasing by white politicians, telling the white race how wrong it is for us to live, how wrong it is for us to exist, how evil of a people we are. More holidays, more moments when we have to commemorate and remember how evil the white race is. These are some of the forms, some of the many forms that reparations will take as the weeks, months, and years go forward, unless the white race gets out of their narrative. And we then recapture our destiny, and we own our manifestation. We own our sensibilities and our norms as that which is of us biospiritually. We own our morality and our ethics as that which is of us biospiritually. You continue to fight within their narrative as a schmuck complaining about non-white people, or a cuck using these abstractions because you're a coward, and you'll continue getting the same results we've had for generation after generation after generation. This is coming to a state, province, county, municipality, town near you, my friends. Late amendments sought by Newsom, combined with caucus infighting, sank the effort years back, but the governor has pulled it all together. Bill that would provide redress. Redress. Who has to pay the dress? Who's responsible? Who is the villain? Would the government across the West ever allow, the governments across the West, would they ever allow a conversation where the victimizer in the equation is anyone but the white race? If blacks have to be able to have, if anti-white blacks have to be able to access redress, then there had to be a victimizer. Who's the victimizer? What do your kids learn? What do the white children learn about who the villain is in the West? Them to hell for this anti-white garbage. No government in the West would tolerate a bill, a proclamation, a statement, of rights or values or whatever it is, where in that equation, the victimizer line is filled by Jews, is filled by blacks, is filled by Hispanics, is filled by any non-white group. Never. That part of the equation is reserved for the white race, and specifically white males. You've got to get out of their story, and we teach you exactly how to do it. We're running out of time. Wait till you hear about the IRL victories. Just like we had with Homeless Bear, we got 2 more members of the community with fucking colossal IRL victories. Shut up coming to me with your fucking blame this group or use this abstraction. Fuck you with that. Legacy of slavery. And now the Black Caucus, it ends with here. They are avoiding using the word reparations now in the bill's package. And why would that be? Because too many selfish, individualistic white people, when they hear reparations, they just think of themselves and their own bank account. Wait, am I going to have to personally write a check? I can't get out of that. I mean, is there a way that I can give you my resume and I can go to work for this anti-white endeavor? I will gladly help compel the white race to pay as long as I don't have to pay. That's how white people think, because we don't have a people, despite what they might say in that roundtable group over there with Ramsey Paul. Durr, we're already a people. Durr. Yeah, it looks like it. So reparations makes selfishly individualistic white people think about having to write a check. So now they're going to change it to road to repair. Road to repair, which makes me think, if we didn't have to fund so much of the garbage in our countries, all of our roads would be repaired. Not a one would have a pothole. Not a one would have to have its hole filled. All the holes would be filled. Just the way we like it. All right. Johnson describes Plan No Kings Rally as hate America and pro-Hamas gathering. He's trying to recruit Jewish people who are loyal to their people to come and join him. So I understand that. Because you can talk about hate America all you want, and that's not going to bring white people together as a people. So I get it. What are you all saying? First, last talking about recapturing Solutria. Yep, third time was a charm. Samuski here. Reparations will happen in California to start with. It will come out of the paychecks of white people in the form of some kind of tax. White people must. No, yes, I mean, it's already coming out of our paychecks by way of all of the social welfare, by way of all of the state backdropping or backstopping independent institutions like banks, businesses, etc., that are compelled to be in areas where they can't make money, compelled to give loans and grants where they can never come back and reward them. They can never, you're already paying for it. And yes, there will be more. There will be more programs like that. But what we have, and it'll just be part of your regular tax. It'll just be part of the regular tax. It's going to feed babies, brown ones, yellow ones, red ones, or whatever they call themselves. That'll be what it's, they're not going to, it won't be a special line somewhere because they don't need to do that. We need to talk about how this is about victimizing the white race. That's what we need to talk about. So right, Samuski. So right. Humbler is here. Good to see you. Who else is in the house of Swash? Anti-whiteism ends with you. People need to occasionally toggle between top and all comments to check if their comments are being deleted. Yeah, keep an eye out. Dell is here. Problematic Biosphere. Let folks know that we're here. We're live. This is Church of the West, the House of Swash. And we have it right all the time. We have it so right. Rapunzel is saying that I am a god among men. Thank you. Who else is here with us today? So glad everybody could show up for Church of the West. Thank you for coming over. I deeply appreciate it. Savage Monday and Land of the Fake, home of the K, are both with us over there on Premium Rumble. Awesome to see you. Remember, folks, tag me as No White Guilt for me to see your comment, and I will respond. Thank you so very much for your participation. Participatione. Someone in the chat said that. Well, thank you to whoever said that. Let's see. NH says, we must return America to a homogenous and trustworthy society. Well, at some point in the future, don't know what that future is going to look like. What we need to be, in my opinion, talking about, NH, is arresting our victimization, using concepts that enable us to become a people out of our vitiated race, and standing together, we will arrest the victimization of the white race. I don't need to articulate a teleos or something in the future that will turn off millions of our brothers and sisters. I don't know what that will look like. No one can, no one will, and nobody, me included, hearing my voice, can effectuate any outcome other than in our spheres of influence and stopping anti-whiteism in its tracks. We are all going to see two more glorious victories coming up later in our gathering today about people doing just that, IRL. Off topic, says Nagin, a bit, but would you rather recommend more the bumper stickers or regular stickers for activism? Like more regular ones or less, but with more context than bumper stickers? It's a good question. And you should talk with the great Franklinator. He's made a bunch of stickers that are magnificent, because there's not only do you have to use the lexicon in stickering or leafleting, but there's also clearly a presentation that is either going to be attractive and the viewer will leave with something learned by the interaction. It's going to be your only opportunity to ever speak to them, or they're going to see a mess on a sticker or on a leaflet, and brain's going to turn it off and they're going to move along. I suffered handing out thousands and thousands of leaflets for other groups over the years that were just pure garbage and didn't do any good whatsoever. So thank you for that question. But yeah, the kind of short slogan like end anti-whiteism, and the website, nowhiteguilt.org. So that could be put on a bumper sticker. That could be put on a smaller sticker. Reject white guilt with the website. Thank you for the question. And thank you for, it sounds like you're preparing to do some IRL activism. Big salutes to that. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Says, I won my trial and won against an appeal. Assuming no other appeals, I should be returned to work. Awesome. Big salutes. Still worried that anti-whites in charge may still try firing me later, though. Stay vigilant. They've come up against you. Look at this success. Could you imagine going into a work environment and being a schmuck, and then they want to fire you, and you go to appeals, you go to these, and then they're like, oh, no, you can stay. You can stay being a schmuck. Oh, you said, what about the blacks? You said, what about the Jews? Yeah, you can stay. Doesn't work. Doesn't happen. There you have it. Another colossal success of the lexicon. God bless you for sharing that. Juliet is with us in the house, saying, evening to everyone. Great to see you. Law and Order is horseshit. under anti-whiteism and white erasure, says anti-whiteism ends with you. They use equal treatment to harm us and ignore equal treatment to harm us also. It's constantly anti-white. Very true, very well written. But really excited about your victory, and I hope they back off now, seeing that you have the concepts, the white magic that liberates Western man. How exciting. Mike is with us, wondering if the remaining whites will white flight from California. Winged Productions is here. Good to see you. Let's keep it rolling. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. I'll be keeping my eyes on everything. Maybe they'll end up going like that. So let us continue rolling here. Johnson describes plan no king's rally. So this is coming to my hometown. As you can see, Washington, D.C., through the magic window, a magnificent creation of Maximilian von Fock. Even though he gets a little sideways with I totally reject the comedy of von Fock. But this is coming, and of course, the organizers are saying, oh, well, this is just really a patriotic thing. We're going to get out there. We're going to unroll a giant constitution and say that you're being unconstitutional, which is something that we can anticipate. And I said this a couple weeks back. We can anticipate a slow but growing number of anti-white Democrats reeling in the conversation to something that will be anti-white but more appealing to white Democrat voters. So keep an eye out for that. It will happen parallel the increasing vociferousness of radical anti-white terrorists. Speaker Mike Johnson on Friday slammed, so what's going to happen? Antifa is going to come. Anti-white terrorists of various monikers and groups are going to show up in D.C. This is what's being said. On the 18th, we are closing rapidly on that. I guess Halloween is going to be coming early for all of us here in the nation's capital, because these anti-white freaks will be showing up. Ken Folks said, let's make Columbus Day great again. I think it should have. I agree. I think Columbus Day, when we come to the point where we've recaptured enough of our destiny that we can make some modifications, I think it should be Columbus Day, and the byline should be third time's a charm. Because that's going to make everybody say, well, what do you mean? Well, we'll talk about that. Let's have a conversation about that, my friends. Good to see you, kinfolk. Anti-whiteism ends with you asking about Michael Savage. Is he relevant? Is he worth smashing? You mean swashing on his audience? Because I definitely don't want to smash that guy. I mean, definitely not my type. Yuck. In a video, is a video with both you a possibility? Maybe. Savage is, he's a wild child, and he might, out of the options out there who would actually speak with me, he's kind of been pushed further and further to the fringes. And I don't know. We'll see, though. I mean, you all see how we are treated here, as far as even the closest people who even are longtime friends, decades friends. You see how they treat us. So feel it out and see if it seems like there's a possibility there. And then If the swashing isn't fruitful, move on. Speaker Mike Johnson on Friday slammed the No Kings protest march scheduled to take place at the National Mall next week, describing the planned protest as the Hate America rally that would draw also pro-Hamas and the Antifa people. His characterization, however, drew condemnation from some Democrats who defended the protest movement, whose first big demonstration was overwhelmingly peaceful. I remember reading in the stories of violence in several cities. But, reality is rewritten like this. This is why the lens you use, and the lenses, the concepts you use, and the arguments you use is more important than facts, than history, more important than all. They're all coming out, Johnson said Friday in an interview on Fox News. Some of those House Democrats are even selling T-shirts for the event. I swear, the clownish of anti-white clown world, every day we turn around, it's ramped up another degree. Can you see Schumer out there hawking T-shirts? The devil himself. And it's being told to us that they won't be able to reopen the government until after the rally. Why? They are telling Johnson because they're afraid of their base that's showing up on the 18th. Representative Tom Emmer, another senior House Republican, also criticized the planned demonstration and blamed it for prolonging the shutdown, telling reporters Democrats had caved to the terrorist wing of their party. Emmer alluded to a Hate America rally in D.C. next week. Well, we're going to see, and it's not impossible that the anti-white terrorists bring it, and they bring it hard on the 18th, especially with all of the successes of ICE. Now, it's far less than we had wanted, as you know, but it is happening. It's afoot. In some cases, it's quite physical. It's violent. There are so many of these clips that just are feel-good clips. The kind of clips you could cozy up with a child and watch because they're so wonderful. But it's amazing too, because you had a lot of these schmucks out there, a lot of these J-Spurgs who, especially one little bubble boy who said endlessly that nothing would ever happen, nobody would ever be deported, there would never be a substantive deportation effort. It was all just a scam, and the president is owned by some wire puller somewhere. And then as the data came out, less than what we wanted, so that we complained that it was less than what we wanted. But as it came out and more of this showed up, little bubble boy continued to say, nothing's happening. It's never enough, because but watch, the boy crushers in his audience will say, he predicted it all along. That's exactly what you can have. Reality, total contradiction. And they'll be claiming that it was perfectly predicted. God, so sick of this clown. There was a tweet by someone, took an image of, I don't know, half a dozen, maybe 7 or so content creators. And they are all non-white. And Bubble Boy is the least non-white among them, but of course still a 25% non-white. And she said, how is this the leadership of the right wing? You know how they talk about it inside the narrative. How is this the leadership? None of them are white. And she went line for line talking about how objectionable each person was. Where are the true white male leaders? Well, why isn't she here? Why isn't she following? Why isn't she promoting? I mean, how many powerful, brilliant, genius, robust, able to fight, manly, other white guys out there are there like this? How many? Where are they? They're all in this community. There is no big content creation outside of this that is aggressive, male, manly, genius, all at the same time, moral, all at the same time. The question is, where is the white race? That's the question. Because all that white race out there is who's following these leaders of the white race that are all non-white to various degrees. They are the ones who are at fault. It should be just out of question. No, not going to watch this person. Absolutely not. Looking for leaders for my people? Absolutely not. No Kings movement first sprang up as a counter programming to a military parade, of course, spearheaded by the White House, the birth of the Army, leading to the largest coordinated demonstration against Trump to date since his return to the Oval Office. Coast-to-coast protests went on almost entirely without incident. The organizers, of course, they mention here in Salt Lake City, there was a shooting and a murder at one of them. So they were almost, they were this close to being completely nonviolent. The organizers of the upcoming rally largely brushed off House GOP leaders' characterization in a joint unsigned statement, which they said issued after a few moments of laughter. Oh, Speaker Johnson is running out of excuses, they say. John Favreau, one of Crook's co-founders, criticized Emmer and Johnson on social media, emphasizing that the first No King protest was peaceful. Just a few people got killed. Just a few people. I mean, you look what we normally do as anti-whites. I mean, we're fornicating in the streets with each other, with animals, with furries. We're killing, maiming, throwing piss in people's faces. I mean, only a few people killed. It's pretty peaceful. Totally reminiscent of the reporters standing in front of like Beirut style apocalypse in the background. And they're like, the peaceful protests. Those of us who will be participating next week in what Emmer calls a hate rally for terrorists love our country. Particularly its promise that we're all created equal. Now, promise that you're created equal. I think you need to reread Thomas Jefferson. That we all have the right to speak freely, to enjoy equal protection under the law, to believe what we want, and to choose our leaders without fear of reprisal. So none of that's being taken from them. This is the parallel argument, creation of arguments that the anti-white Democrats are unpacking, and they will be bringing to largely, almost entirely, white Democrat voters so that they can compete again. So we might be here coming up in a week and DC's on fire, and there might be troops in the streets shooting dead anti-white terrorists. There might be total carnage and mayhem in Washington, D.C., because they're not going to put up with it the way it looks now. They're not going to put it with all the troops out there, all the federal law enforcement out there. They're not going to put up with it. And hasn't the D.C. police been federalized? It's not going to be put up with. So the anti-white Democrats, anti-white Democrat voters, they want dead bodies of protesters in the streets. They want that kind of carnage. And so they're going to instigate it. And we can see in Oregon, we can see across the country where they are instigating it, and they're getting physical violence in response. Ice is ice cold, baby. What was that? That just reminded me of something. Oh, it was the white guy who was a rapper back in the day. Ice, Ice Baby. That should be rewritten for the ice cold ice that we cheer on lovingly. Who knows what we'll be seeing in a week? There may be a storm approaching of really epic proportions. It's possible that they try to keep it. I mean, really, do you really think the anti-whites on the Democrat side of the aisle, anti-white Democrat voters, do you really think they want this to be a massive, quiet rally where they just unroll a constitution and they say our rights of equal treatment are being trampled upon? You really think that's what they want? It's going to take, there's going to be an internecine struggle within the environs of Democrat voters for what ends up happening. But what really they want, obviously, as they demonstrate currently and have demonstrated for a great many years, is radical contest for the streets. That's what they want. This is more info on No Kings. We were reading about that. We're going to be getting into something that is going to drive me to absolute fury. I've got to be careful. We got Brian. Brian reposted the stream. Let's show some love for Brian. Thank you, brother. Run in fear. Ivan is here. Good to see you. Franklin is here. The website, he's helping out somebody find the School of the West. Let's see. Chef Joshua. Yes, good to see you, brother. How have you been, Jason? It's been a while. I used to go under Promethean Kitchen. It's been a couple of years. The best food comes out of the Promethean Kitchen. This I can tell you. Good to see you back, man. Big salutes to you. Where are the fearsome white male leaders? We're all here together. They're scared to come in with us, says Arden Party. So true. So true. Ay, says, I'm looking at him. God bless you. Big salutes. Yeah, this is where the real men come. Not the boys who act like their country or what have you, and they're all violence and no brains whatsoever. Yeah, that's what we want for leadership. Well, of course, you all remember, as I take a peek around to see if there are any tags for yours truly, you all remember Logan, little white boy murdered by an anti-white, non-white, and who was sentenced to a paltry sum of years. It should have been triple execution, which if I'm ever put in charge, we will have that as a punishment. U.S. triple execution. How does that happen? Very easy. You see, we electrocute you until your heart stops, and then we pump you with adrenaline and get your heart going again. You see how this works. Wakey, wakey. How did that feel? Welcome back. Now you're ready for number 2? Stranger, you mean anti-white monster animal who killed 6-year-old boy is rearrested just days after being released. A man who broke into a Kentucky home and fatally stabbed a 6-year-old boy has been rearrested in Florida just days after his early prison release sparked outrage. This is so sickening. You remember, we just covered this story because he was released. This anti-white, savage, murdering animal broke into this white family's home and attacked the white family, stabbed the ever-living hell out of the white daughter, threw the father across the room with this bestial strength, and then took a steak knife and drove it through the head repeatedly of a tiny baby white boy. Logan was his name. He was given a paltry punishment. Anti-white terrorism should be met with triple execution. If found guilty, of course, court of law. Triple execution. Publicized to send the message. Just like I was saying earlier to that comment, our norms, our morality, you do as we do or you get out. That's how this works. It's not everybody's moral. I don't care if you feel like, well, we share some, good, that's great. I'm glad we share some similarities. But when you are in our countries, you do as we do. When in Rome, do as the Romans means when in Western civilization, do as the Westmen. That's what it means. And it is not a recommendation. It is an order. So given a paltry sum, because why? Anti-whiteism. Courts, white erased. Norms of justice, white erased. More and more so every day. You want to win these conversations? This is how you talk about it. You want to take back our destiny from anti-whites? This is how you talk about it. You want to continue losing and being a loser? Then you can continue with the other methods that have been losing. Simple as that, right? Then anti-whiteism, the white erasure of our norms, released this anti-white terrorist, murderer, early because he's been a good boy. Because he's been a good boy in prison. Because he's been a good boy. Is there any amount of good that brings Logan back? These anti-whites involved, there needs to be a reckoning of the anti-whites in the justice system that will dwarf what Trump is doing. If I or somebody just like me articulating the Go Free dialogic attains power, which will happen if even a percentage of our people, of our race, become a people. If we attain power, then we find all of these cops, judges, magistrates, prosecutors, etc., that facilitated anti-white outcomes. And then they are tried. And we determine, were you an anti-white? Are you the result of more injury on Western kind? And if so, triple execution. Talk about an exodus. We'll get rid of the trash like that. Like tipping the country up on its side. Ronald Anti-White Xantis, 42, stabbed Logan Tipton with a butcher knife in the middle of you remember the little boy, the picture of the little boy and his little ankle biter football outfit? Despite being sentenced to only 20 years, his prison stint was slashed because he was a good boy. He was out on mandatory re-entry supervision in Florida and was set to be released entirely. Entirely. You know, this is one of those rare cases where we get to see the normal machinery of the white erased justice system, injustice system in the West today. Oh, they raped your daughter. They raped your son. They caved her head in with a stone. Totally butchered her. Oh, and then they get 5 years in jail instead of 30 or 60 or execution. And then in half of that sentence, they get released. And with the release, not even your typical old school parole where you can't even sneeze and you're put right back in for the rest of your... No, fully released. That's what's become... And why is that? Who's victimized? The dehumanized has been victimized. Who gets further harmed? The dehumanized white race. Well, that's just what this anti-white piece of shit, in my opinion, was preparing to do. Because he took up residence directly across from an elementary school. Authorities noted that they had detained the child murderer from a residence across the street from an elementary school. And there's the little boy that can't get his life back, no matter how good he is in heaven. No matter how good of a boy he is, he can't get his life back. He can't have all those years. He can't have all of these setbacks and the struggles and the highlights and the victories and the love. He can't have any of it because of this anti-white animal and because of the anti-white injustice system, the anti-whites that work in positions of power. Little Logan can't have any of it. And more white children were on the verge of not having any of it because this animal, this anti-white animal, had posted up across the street from the elementary school. Clearly hates white children. No prison for this thing. Quartering. The white man's justice. If we are in charge of the judicial system, there'll be justice again. And then everybody like this, that the schmucks they want to complain about will behave. That's what happens when the white man is in charge of his people's safety. That's what happens. Wearing glasses, this mother wouldn't even be able to see if it weren't for the white man's science of improving eyesight. Look at this little boy. You just want to love him, love on him till the end of time. The fact that he was living right next to an elementary school is even more repulsive. I have no tolerance for this type of dangerous person flaunting our laws and thinking he would hide in our county. Xantis' arrest comes just days after Donald Trump's administration expressed fury over the killer's release. Well, we need more than that. We need more than that. The Levitt said when Xantis was released that they were looking into it. Not good enough. Wholly unacceptable for a child killer to walk free. He was found guilty of Logan's murder. And this is where they come in with another white erasure of our norms. He was found guilty by reason of insanity. And we talked about this last week, and maybe even the week before, mentioned briefly that the white race, we say, okay, you're crazy. Okay, here's the chair. We don't say you're crazy so you don't get punished. We don't say you're crazy so we are going to avoid the social contract that every citizen has with the government that props up civilization. We say, okay, you're crazy. Here's your chair. Look at this. More of the story of the butchery of this beautiful little white boy by that anti-white animal right there. Bulletproof vest or stab-proof vest. I don't know. Somebody can fill me in. And then, of course, his father said if he ever comes across him, he'll kill him. My father wouldn't wait. That's all I can say. So we have here Colin Rugg reporting on it. Rearrested. And is he going to remain in prison now for the rest of his life? Well, he was released for being a good boy. He had to, within 48 hours, apparently, report to who knows who. And he didn't do it. Why would he? And then went and lived outside of an elementary school which he's not allowed to do. He would have been told. I am proud of the quick response by my deputies and the interagency teamwork that helped locate and arrest this disgusting individual, said Sheriff Woods. Well, you would think, if you're being white, you would think, oh, well, then he's going away forever. Think again. Think again. You know, the thing about anti-white murderers is they quit committing crimes when they're dead. And so if legally the justice system, or a maverick would say just generally, but legally through the justice system, if that were to take place, then there would be no more crime. They're reformed. Here he is.
Bring him all the way back.
I don't know if I did it. Coming back.
Put your hands behind your back, Ron.
Yes, sir. What's going on? What's going on? Yes, sir. You have anything on you? No, sir.
Pretty tight.
Being a good boy means he knows how to play the white race. That's what he's doing. Playing the white race like a fiddle. And so many anti-white, non-white people, so non-white people who are anti-white, a percentage of the overall, they know exactly how to play white people. They know exactly what to say, especially white females to get in bed with them. Odin Saya is here.
Oh, man. You do have a warrant for your arrest out of Florida, okay? We'll talk about it in a minute. Yeah, I'll call it out. I just don't want that to become.
This is way too nice. I can't stand it. Way too nice of treatment. This is going to be, the next one is going to be tough. I'm going to try to hold it in. But we got victories coming up here that are going to rock your mind. They're just IRL victories in America and in Germany. The Go Free dialogic works everywhere across the West because the disease is anti-whiteism and therefore the same everywhere. So you just wait. You just wait. After we take our little break that's coming up here, give you a little opportunity to go to the bathroom or get a drink or whatever it might be. You come back and we're going to have our celebrations. And this is another, not only knocked out of the park, but out of the city victories, so that we can prevent things like little Logan Tipton and what we're going to be looking at next in just a moment. Tag me as No White Guilt. I'm going to see what you have to say. And we will be refreshing the payment platforms. Maverick is with us. Great to see you, champion. Police are part of white erasure. They're a foreign occupation force that hinders masculinity, particularly patriarchy, sovereignty, reciprocity, and Western kinds biospiritual manifestation. There are police officers are infected, like all of us, with anti-whiteism. And the leadership, of course, is infected with anti-whiteism. Most of the leadership is anti-white. I mean, we look across every time there is some tragedy somewhere. The vast majority of the time, when we finally get to see the police chief or fire chief or whatever, mayor, it's some anti-white, non-white, everywhere these nodes of power. True. Let's see what else we have here. We have I guess, some sort of spurg in the chat saying this is anti-Christ type talking. Sounds like one of those anti-white Christians. Does that sound like it to you? Sound like one of those anti-white Christians showing up? Nah, we decide what Christ says. We decide what the Bible says. It comports with our biospirit because who made us? If that's what the position you're coming from. Might not be. Looking for tags by the champions here. Tree Godfather. We've proven we are the AP class. Without question, my brother. Absolutely without question. We are the special ops. Special love fair operators. 100%. If I may drift off the topic again, says Negan, are stickers on collectibles, no, I get collectibles, from a durable material? There aren't a bunch of different types of stickers over there. There are some. And how durable? They would last for at least weeks in the elements. In good weather, longer than that. Good question. All right. Don't hold back. Passionate Jason rocks, says the Tree Godfather. I'll try not to hold back. I got to hold it in some. I really can lose it over there. I got really upset when I saw this. Nova Horror says, true Christians are not anti-white. Precisely. Good to see you, brother. Janice is with us. Wonderful to see you. Blue Lagoon is here. Blue Lagoon. You know, but before we take a look at that, I just want to take a very brief look at Mark Dice. Because King Dice, we love King Dice. I don't know if you have heard about, is this going to work or no?
Brandon Tatum.
Brandon Tatum. Brandon Tatum is one of these black conservatives. So, of course, he has like 3 million followers. 3 million dumb, booby-headed white people who, because they live in the anti-white narrative, they think that they know that their concerns, their victimization, etc., doesn't matter inside of that narrative. But they erroneously think that since black people are special in the anti-white narrative, that if black people or other non-white people share our positions, then that legitimizes us. But of course it doesn't. And it doesn't matter for these tards to go their entire lives seeing that it doesn't work. They still go back to this non-white conservative well. And we see this reemergence every couple of weeks of another of the joke that you have this conservative gathering and the one non-white in the entire crowd is on stage. Keynote speaker. How did Brandon Tatum get so big? Well, we complained, of course, about Charlie Kirk lifting up all of these blacks and other non-whites, not doing not one iota for white people. Not one iota. Let me find he went out and found, I played you the video of another black conservative content creator, just one of many that Charlie Kirk made famous. Kirk found him and DM'd him, and he had no followers. He had a couple hundred followers. Kirk reached out to him and told him how amazing he was. Come be a part. And Kirk told the world about him. And as a consequence, he ended up having hundreds and hundreds of thousands of followers. Kirk made him. You will never have this happen from me. I am never going to lift up a non-white person because they're non-white. I will put my brothers and sisters ahead of everyone. Every single time. If I reach some, which I don't think it'll ever happen, but some colossal popularity, you better believe it's going to be my white brothers and sisters, and in particular my white brothers, that I pick up and surround myself with, like the Spartans at Thermopylae. But what do we see from the rest? The Sean Hannitys. What do we see from the Charlie Kirks? Picking up non-white people all over the place. Look at how moral I am by the anti-white moral metric inside this anti-white hell. Look at how moral I am. I've picked up another non-white person. I made another non-white person famous. I hope King Dice has learned his lesson. Because Brandon Tate is turning his back now on TPUSA unless they cut ties with Tucker Carlson. Because Tate here doesn't like Tucker Carlson's stance on the country of Israel. He doesn't like that because Tate has found out now where he can find the most butter for his black bread. And of course, it is with a percentage of the overall Jewish community that work together nobly and beautifully for their individual well-being by way of their group well-being. And so he decides to come out and says, TPUSA, I'll always stand with them to some degree. This guy is, he's totally illiterate. And you know something else, but he's just a total dumbass. A total like mid-tier on their bell curve kind of a guy. He's a dipshit. But yet, almost 3 million followers. Why? Because Mark Dice made him. So I hope King Dice has learned his lesson. And I hope we have more white guys with popularity that will pick up our white brothers rather than picking up non-whites for any excuse, for any reason. Because Mark Dice made Brandon Tatum. He was no one until Dice shouted him out. And now he's got more followers than King Dice. I imagine since King Dice is an awesome guy, he's learned a lesson from this one.
A very popular black conservative YouTuber who I gave a shout out to back in 2016 when he was just getting started because I thought it would be good to have more black Trump supporters visible on social media. But as we all know, if you back a DEI hire, it never turns out well. And now Turncoat Tatum is trying to undermine Charlie Kirk's
Why would you be? Why would you think that elevating these people would ever be good for our people? And I'm not saying this in terms of King Dice. I'm talking about like generally across the board. Of course they're going to turn. Naturally. They don't have a bio-spiritual peoplehood with us. There's no deep connection like that with us. Of course. You're going to prop up a bunch of non-white people, and then their own group, other non-white groups are going to show up and say, look, I want you to do this vis-a-vis the white race. That won't be so good for them. Sure thing. Whatever you want, boss. You got the dough? Sure thing. We should be propping each other up. This is what I joked about at my speech in the United Kingdom years back. White people never pick the phone up and say, wait a second, you're a white guy? All right, let's make this deal happen. Never happens. And you can see this on display. You know what else never happens? Big non-white content creators don't pick up in the right-wing Republican endorsing, MAGA supporting non-white content creators. They don't lift up white content creators. You know, isn't that a strange thing? There are a bunch of them. Tatum would never talk to me. We've tried. We have tried relentlessly. They won't pick up white people. White people won't pick up white people. So we need to begin acting like a people. And that begins by demonstrating that behavior publicly. If you want to be a real leader of the white race, you want to be a real leader of conservative values, which are the values of Western kind, then you need to publicly pick up white brothers and sisters. You need to publicly, especially white brothers, because they don't have the vagina loyalty and the jugs to get clicks and follows. So let's see it. Let's see it. I sang, Halloween is coming up. It is Columbus Day, but this is October. And I sang our first Halloween song. What was it, on Wednesday? Nikki is here. Good to see you. This is BS. You mean not picking up white content creators? Love is a burning thing, and it makes a fiery ring. That's what I sang. Bound by wild desire, I fell into a ring of fire. I fell into a burning ring of fire. I went down, 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 and the flames went higher. And it burns, 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 the ring of fire. Let's play a game. Bragging rights. Name of the song, musician. Name of the song, musician. Who is it? Let's see. Oh, that's not the easiest way to do this. Bragging rights to whoever tells us the name of the song. That's a Halloween song here, folks, as far as I'm concerned. Who is going to get the bragging rights? All right. Let's see. Who gets the bragging rights? Okay, no, we're talking about the reparations. All right, Nikki, thank you. Novi Hori, it's pretty clear that YTube holds your subscribers down. Maybe it even unsubscribes. It has unsubscribed people. Yes, they have been unsubscribed, and the time that they are most likely to be unsubscribed is as soon as they subscribe, because that's the best opportunity to run folks off. They won't remember the No White Guilt guy. They just subscribe to him. They're relying on the subscription to tell them to come back. So that's when they get, I've had that at least a dozen times. People say, I subscribed on YouTube and I followed you like on X, and I followed you on Telegram or whatever it is, only to find out that I had been unsubscribed. And one guy said, I subscribed to you when I found you last year. A year later, found me again and was unsubscribed. So that's exactly what it's a psychological warfare. You're 100% right. Samuski, the great champion. You do know what the song's about, don't you? Ring of Fire? Yeah, I do indeed, my friend. It's a Halloween song because of it. Your version is more George Canyon than Johnny Cash, says Arden. Okay, Ring of Fire. Is Arden Party? Does he get the bragging rights? I think maybe Arden Party gets the first bragging rights. Firelight says, love the Ring of Fire song. Nikki jumps in. Johnny Cash, Ring of Fire. Close second, I think. Who got it? Who was first? I think it was Arden Party. It's got the bragging rights. All right, so we'll have a little bit of another song. We'll get back to the news. I have to look up the lyrics here. And let's see. This is a very deep song, as in pitch. Some people say a man is made out of mud. A poor man is made out of muscle and blood. Muscle and blood and skin and bones. A mind that is weak and a back that's strong. You load 16 tons. What do you get? Another day older and deeper in debt. St. Peter, don't you call me, 'cause I can't go. I owe my soul to the company store. Anybody know that one? First with the title, and the singer gets the bragging rights. I've been yelling. My voice is like, I'm not going to do that bass. Absolutely not. Let me see. We'll write this down. Huh. All right. Woman 25 who was violently raped by jailbird, illegal migrant, it writes. Jailbird. Despicable. Woman 25 who was violently raped by anti-white animal terrorist speaks out about her terrifying ordeal. No man will ever love me again. A guy in this community got this right. Let's show you the anti-white terrorist. We'll come back to read. There's the anti-white animal terrorist who did this to this woman. What do you think the schmucks would say? What do you think the cucks would say? Here's what JK160 from this community said. We failed. We failed. That's why this happened. Time to take the hard pill, white race. A young woman, savagely beaten, raped, and left to die while on spring break last year, grew furious when she later learned the identity of her attacker. A Haitian with a violent history who was in the country illegally. The suspect, who was deported while awaiting trial, was a stranger when the attack occurred in Miami last April. The 25-year-old victim's jaw was fractured and her teeth were knocked out of her mouth in the attack. This savage piece of anti-white shit should be hunted down and gutted by law enforcement after facing trial and found guilty. This motherfucking piece of shit. We failed. Take the responsibility. Do the right thing. Any that's going to stand up and say, oh, it's another X, Y, or Z. It's another non-white. Oh, look at the non-white again. You are a fucking coward. And you're next. I'm sick of these C's in our circles. I am sick of these clowns showing up saying, when is it going to get hot? Fuck you! Back to your easy jail, bitch! The teeth were punched out of her face. While you all sit around complaining like a bunch of sharing video after video, clip after clip of Bubble Boy Fuentes. Fuck you losers. You all want to sit around, talk all day about black crime stats. I'm at this close to, if I come face to face with more of these in the white sympathetic sphere, of let me show you the black crime stats, of bitch slapping them. In fact, you know what? I probably will. I've heard 30 fucking years of look at the crime stats. Look at how they can't hold themselves back when it comes to anything. They need instant gratification. Okay. Now what? I fucking hate every single one of you. You know, before this happened in April, this white girl was whole. She had everything ahead of her. Now she is so psychologically damaged. She believes no man could ever love her again. It's your fault. It is your fault. Everybody's spreading the garbage about Jews and blacks and IQ stats and inability to restrain oneself and on, and Jew behind this or Jew behind that. It is your fault. It should be you. It should be you underneath the flailing fist and whatever else you used to beat her with. It should be you losing consciousness and coming to while the attack is still going on. You fucking miserable assholes. God damn it. Look at her face. With no teeth. With no teeth. That's what she used to look like. Quote, looking back on that day, I remember laying on the floor of that house he dragged me into and thinking I had already died. She told the Daily Mail, if the white race were a people, this would not have happened. If you want to stop this from happening in the future, we've got to become a people. Complaining about non-whites doesn't make you a people. It makes you a bitch. It makes you a fucking loser. That's what it makes you. I was beaten so bad over and over again. And I did not understand why. I did not even know this man. She would only learn the suspect's identity 9 months later after a DNA match. I wonder where they found his DNA. Man, you deserve that outcome. Come at me, Jew Spurgs. Come on, let's see your identity. I want to see who you are. Let's see your identity, you little cowardice bitches. You're not revealing shit. You're not revealing shit. Sit in your mama's basement. Hide between her legs. Junior Joseph, 28, had entered the U.S. on a visa that had long since elapsed. Records show would not have happened if the white race were a people. He remained here even after records show him being arrested for crimes including domestic violence, battery, burglary, drugs, and resisting arrest. So because of all of that white erasure of our norms and all of that white erasure, because of the cowardly cucks, because of the schmucks out there who want to just complain about non-whites all the time, you did that. That's your fault. Don't show up with some cartoon frog. You fucking... Share another cartoon frog. It's hard to believe there was someone like that on the streets. How many white females is this happening to? And then you want to complain that the white girls don't have interest in you? Because you're a bitch. Because you're a boy. Because you're a coward. Because you won't do what works. Because you look for scapegoats. That's what bitches and losers do. You're not attractive to them. It's hard to believe there was someone like that on the streets and allowed to repeatedly commit crimes. He was in and out of the court system, and he kept doing bad things, she said. It ended with me almost losing my life. She's now hoping to use her story to spread the word of what she sees as a national disgrace. The country's broken immigration system. No, the disgrace are all these white little-dicked boys out there that don't want to act like men. That's the disgrace. The little bitches showing up who are complaining about, you should be talking about Jews. You should be talking about black IQ and crime rate. You should be talking about immigrations, all these abstractions. You should be talking about the abstraction of X, Y, or Z instead. Those are the cowards that are causing this. That's the disgrace. She's now hoping to use her story. She spoke with the Daily Mail on the heels of giving videotaped interview to American Border Story, a conservative group devoted to exposing the human impact on the nation's illegal immigration crisis. Could you honestly imagine seeing this going on in the world around us and just complaining about it? Can you honestly imagine being of that mentality, of that cowardice? I can't even fathom the kind of bitch that would do that. Let me share another cartoon frog. Let's pause here for a moment. We'll get into this. Let's hear totally unrelated to the story at hand, except that it's deeply related to the work of ending that. By the way, while I am talking, that's happening to a white girl right now. While I'm talking.
Never complain, never explain. And what it means is don't complain about life. Don't explain what you're doing or why you're doing it. Just do it. By whining and complaining, all you're doing is making people think bad things about you, looking weak. And when you complain a lot, you have a mindset where everything is kind of a potential complaint.
Yeah, that was awesome. I think that a lot of people really struggle with this. And the reason we complain and whine so much is because we're looking for validation from others on, why something in our life that we don't like isn't our fault, right?
Scapegoating.
Right? So we'll complain about the way someone's behaving, or we'll complain about our job, or we'll complain about a relationship. And almost never will we say that we're the problem. We'll blame it on something external. And the people that have the most inner peace and the most successful people that I've ever met never do this. The only thing that they focus on is their actions, doing the work, and they let that speak for themselves.
Period, motherfuckers. Now, I wonder why the Fuentes clips are everywhere. I wonder why the Jew-spurging is everywhere. I wonder why. Because it is the path of failure. How many more sisters and daughters have to be brutally raped? I absolutely. And here, we are the community that got this right. JK160, we failed. She joins a chorus of victims, families who have shared their own stories. It comes after Rachel Morin, 37. How many more of these do you have to hear before you say, I actually want to stop this, and so I'm going to use what works? How many more times do you have to hear these stories? Do you not feel for them whatsoever? Are you so psychopathic or such an insufferable cur that nothing will motivate you to do what works? You just need that scapegoat. So Rachel Morin, you remember her? She was raped and murdered on a hiking trail in Bel Air, Maryland, by Victor Martinez Hernandez, another anti-white animal in the country. She was a mother of 5. White race is such a joke. Such a joke. You know, I was driving. We're going to be taking our break here in a moment. I'll take a look at what you all are saying. We're going to come back and we are going to celebrate our victories, which means that these abstractionists, the cucks, the schmucks, they're all going to leave. They don't want to see the victories. They're not looking for that. They're looking for the scapegoating. Prosecute the case against somebody that I can blame. But I was driving here in Northern Virginia. There was some kind of festival on, and there was throngs of people. You had to slow down because streets were closed off and people were walking. You know the first thing I noticed? Here in Northern Virginia, once great state of Virginia, first thing I noticed was that the sea of humanity that I could see looking down a street, about 95% of them had black hair. Does that look like a Western country? About 95% of the heads were black-haired. It's everything but. I saw furries walking along. I saw multiracial unions of various types everywhere. I saw just about every norm of Western civilization white erased. And you know what pained me the most of all? What pained me the most of all, because I'm a man of the West, seeing that white erasure was my relationship with my biospirit and our ancestors. I feel responsible to them. I feel responsible to my Southern ancestors. I feel responsible to the men and women of the West. And it pained me grievously to see it complete. There wasn't a shred of anything Southern. Not a shred. Totally white erased. And I felt like crying out and apologizing to my ancestors, our ancestors. I'm doing all I can and failing. There ain't a man left in the white race that isn't in this community. Not a man left. They're out there sharing little frog videos and images online. That's what they're doing. Not a man left. That's why we're in the state that we're in. That's why the festival is completely white erased. That's why all the heads, 95% are black-haired. That's why furries, not even, I was hoping, I was like, this has got to be some kind of mascot. No, furries. It's where every norm of the West, white erased. And not a shred. I can still feel my ancestors who fought for Virginia in the air. My literal family who fought and died in the air around me. And this is what the white race has left. This is what the white race has left. They want to show up and complain about other groups of people. Kill your speed. You don't deserve what has been bequeathed to you. You don't deserve it. You are no inheritor of our dignity, no inheritor of our manliness, no inheritor of our courage. Once great state of Virginia taking another step in the direction of total white erasure. And you got little froggets complaining about Jews. And this beautiful white female. And you know what the world would be like for her if we controlled our destiny? She wouldn't be clubbed up like that. She would be living a happy life in a wholesome, safe environment. She wouldn't be endlessly seeking after the latest handbag, the latest like on social media. And she wouldn't be beaten within an inch of her life while savagely raped by an anti-white animal. So physically and psychologically ruined that she concludes no man could ever love her again. You have no idea. If you can feel the anguish and what this woman went through and what she now thinks of herself. You're ready to take an axe handle to these little froglets out here. The president has highlighted Morin's tragedy in his campaign for broader security. Donald Trump has blamed former President Joe Biden. Speaking out about Jenny's case, executive director at Tabs told the Daily Mail the reason this is so impactful is because the same thing happened to this girl too, but by some miracle, she lived. If you see the video, it's amazing she lived. And she can even talk at this point. Her face was so broken, so many teeth knocked out. You can look. That's Rachel. This is the girl here that was says no man will ever love her again. There's your anti-white animal that raped her. The initial attack on spring break received little to no media attention. It's at variance with the anti-white narrative. Junior Joseph's arrest, or this was from Rachel Morin's attacker. Arrest received some local coverage. It was quarantined because it was at variance. The identity of the victims, whose basic account of the attack was summarized in police records, remains secret. Jenny told the Daily Mail that she remained silent because she feared retribution. Yeah. And retribution is possible since so many white males are boys playing video games and they consider themselves froggets. She talked about being raised in a loving family, how she was studying psychology in the hopes of helping people with trauma. That's her right there. That's her mouth after all of her teeth were knocked out. He knocked me to the ground and he beat me in the head. And that's when my arm broke because I was protecting my eyes. And I kind of was going in and out of consciousness at that point. And I remember kind of being carried by him over his shoulder. That is a trophy. That is the taking of heads in battle. In ancient battle, they would take heads, as you know, very often to control the opposition. That was the trophy, to control the head. This guy, because you're a frogget and because you worship a little bubble boy or the other schmucks and cucks out there, your white sister, your white daughter was carried off by an anti-white animal. No wonder they don't want you. No, don't come complaining to me. And I looked at my arm. The bones were sticking out of my arm. And I blacked out again. I woke up in the house, and he was on top of me. The attack continued with the assailant beating and raping her. She closed her eyes in fear. She went into excruciating detail about how he urinated in her mouth. urinated in her mouth and up her nose. I was so close to dying. I don't even know how I got out of the house. I guess I crawled. She said a little girl saw her through the window of another house. Jenny was rushed to the hospital where she had to be intubated. My jaw was broken. All the bones from below my eye sockets were shattered. The maxilla was broken. Teeth were gone. It was all gone from him kicking me and beating me in the face and head. I was devastated. I thought, I'll never have a husband. There's no man that will ever love me. There are things that I would like to say about all the cowards, all the male little white boys out there, especially the Jewsburgs with their tiny little swastikas that you just can't say on YouTube. I never see me in person because this is your doing. This is a consequence of what you all push. Don't tell me any more data, because if you start talking data, I see Jenny. I see a savage anti-white pissing in her mouth, shattered from him punching and kicking it. Don't come to me and tell me how they're more dangerous. Don't come and tell me about there's a Jew that's anti-white, because I'm going to see Jenny. And if you decide you're going to stay on that course and we're face to face, you're getting what I would give to this guy that did to Jenny. We're going to need men. We're going to need men to stand up. White men to stand up and do the right thing. And the first thing that has to be done is the trash among our race. The boys have to be taken out. That's the first thing that has to be done. We'll fix the house after that. I'm going to take a look at what you all are saying. And I tag me as no white guilt. Arden says, there are a lot of things we all want to say, brother, that we know we shouldn't. The wartime behavior is not becoming of any people, and Western kind has to lead in the example, says the great Samuski, the great Arden Party. I'd love to feel that demon under my stomping feet, says Novi. That poor sweet lady. She should have been protected. It's worse than simply losing teeth. She would have bone damage. Yeah, all of the bone of the roof of the mouth and everything is shattered as well. You're right. Let me see if you all have any other comments on this or elsewhere. Or otherwise, I guess I should say. Have you considered including bookmarks made by white well-being community members with purchases of books to your website? Oh, you mean on their websites or platforms? Is that what you're talking about, brother? Anti-whiteism ends with you? General Thomas Stonewall Jackson was a very strong Christian and certainly not an anti-white. 100%. That's when Christianity was white. The Southern generals led from the front. If you want to take pride in the white race, you'll find a lot of pride right there. That's a real man. stands up at the very front. No leading from behind. He's with his men. God damn. You want to know how to behave? You want to know what it means to be a man? General Stonewall Jackson. He told his wife many times she was deathly afraid of him dying. And he said his time is with the Lord and he's going to be a man. And he went at the front, out front every time, starting from the very beginning of that war. He had already seen conflict elsewhere. But you want somebody to emulate, they'll pull his statue down in Manassas, Virginia. It'll happen eventually. But on that fateful day, the first major conflict in the War for Southern Independence, the United States Army invaded Virginia that had just become a member of the Confederate States of America. And they marched from Washington, D.C., down into Virginia and out into Manassas, where the South and the Confederacy and Virginia hadn't had a lot of time to put any sort of defense together. But they literally rode farm to farm, gathering men for the massive conflict that was coming, marching literally down the road. Guys had come from as far away as South Carolina, marching the entire way. And this colossal battle unfolded between a professional army and some soldiers, of course, that had left the United States, and a lot of just locals, farmers from all over the Southland that could make it there in time. And in the midst of this battle, General Stonewall Jackson was riding with his men on horseback, gathering more and more men for the fight to join him, to join these Virginia regulars. And just as the Southerners were losing the conflict, the last line holding strong, I believe it was General Bernard Bee's South Carolinians, they were beginning to break apart. They were dying, standing out in the open, shooting at each other. That's what men of the West were able to once do. Now they hide behind froggets. Just at that moment, General Bernard Bee turned around and the infantry had arrived. Coming through a pine forest, the limb of a pine forest, were thousands of Virginians. And Stonewall Jackson, on top of his horse, in front of them, with the lead flying heavy. And General Bernard Bee of South Carolina gave the order. He put his hat on the end of his sword and swung it in circles, which of course directed all of the United States musket fire at him, which he knew would happen. And he yelled out to his troops, "Rally behind the Virginians. There stands Jackson like a stone wall." He was immediately shot dead. And Jackson charged, ordering his men, as he became known to do, to give them the bayonet. And they crushed the United States Army that outnumbered them massively on the field. They had to call off the pursuit of the United States soldiers because civilians had come from Washington, D.C. to watch the slaughter of the rebels. And the United States Army were trampling the civilians as they fled from the anger of Stonewall Jackson and the Virginians. And now we got froggets. Part of the reason why I joined the Go Free quite a few years back was because years ago, my cousin, Alicia, was raped by anti-white non-whites. I'm so sorry to hear that, brother. Chef Joshua, I'm so sorry. Stumbling saying, dropped a tip in entropy. We'll be getting to that shortly. Tree Godfather says, I'll put up your bail money. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, if I end up having to take out some white pussy, Tree Godfather is going to be there for me. God bless you, brother. Let me just check over here really quick. Total good old boy thing to say right there. Looking for tags over here on Premium Rumble. I don't see any. If you tagged me with a comment, please let me know again. Please share it again. We've got epic victories coming up. We got so much to get to. So glad to see everybody here. We're going to get excited. You're not going to believe these victories. The great sloths. We don't need snickering boys standing around getting in the way of house cleaning. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, the real men are here. And God bless every single one of you. Champions. We're going to take a very short break because we got a lot of victories to get through. First, a little comedy about COVID that I made back during the COVID campaign, a song, and we'll be right back. Indoors as of late.
Corona ads.
Not had much to do but stuff your face.
Corona ads.
Did you catch COVID-19 or did you get the COVID-19?
Corona ads.
Fret no more. Hate sit-ups? We hate them too. Hold on. Okay.
Corona ads.
Hate healthy food? Who doesn't? Just listen to this person. I wasn't suffering from quarantine, but in just 3 short days, I didn't go from this to this.
Corona ads.
Do not listen to this fake commercial if allergic to comedy. Symptoms of serious allergic reactions include purple hair, severe rash, walrusian mating calls, swelling of the face and neck, gender confusion, selective outrage, odd piercings, difficulty breathing, and swallowing. Tell your doctor right away if you have red or purple hair color in your urine, body-wide yeast infections, monomaniacal anti-white sentiments, or serious genital infection, as it may be life-threatening. Do not watch this fake commercial if you do not know your daddy or are on kidney dialysis. Other serious side effects may include dehydration, low blood sugar, and mania for baseless grievance politics. Stop watching and call your physician right away if you have symptoms of ketoacidosis or feel the urge to commit a hate hoax.
Corona ads.
exactly is anti-white? You have got to be animated with the righteous passion of reclaiming our destiny. We are the heroes of this era.
Get out your raucous emojis. We're going to be celebrating right now. You can hear the crowd. We got so much to get into and through. Let's begin by thanking the great West and Franklinator. Raucous emojis, big salutes 007s for the hard work they did, gathering so many of the victories that we had over the course of the week. Big salutes to these champions. Let's keep the celebration going. We got to move quick, folks. So really get wild, get raucous. We want to thank for heading on over to Trump Jr. stream to swash over there. We want to thank the Queen and the Franklinator and Eric, Anglo-Saxon NWG, Biospirit of the West, The Ivan, Matt Murray, and the Nameless One. Celebrate all of them swashing on over on the Donald Trump Jr. stream. That's the means, that's the path by which we were able to reach the Donald Trump and get him to say anti-white. Show big love to these heroes. God bless every single one of them. Celebrating the champions, sharing the lexical dialectical power of Go Free. Let's give a thank you, because apparently Arvil, who won't mention us, he did correctly use white well-being the other day. So we appreciate that. Salute to Arvil in a video effectively and correctly using our concept, white well-being. Thank you for that, at least. Let's keep the celebrations going, folks, because we've got a champion by the name of Morton. 007s for this champion. He is now positioned to do a translation of Go Free into Norwegian. We're going to have a Norwegian, so let's hear it for Morton. Let's fill his sails with a celebration of the work he's embarking upon, and let's do the same for Libre Pincer, free thinker, who is going to do the exact same thing in French. Ladies and gentlemen, big salutes to these champions. Morton and free thinker, Norwegian and the French, empowering our people who don't speak English. Show them some love. God bless you, gentlemen. Thank you so much for standing up to add your labors to the work of white well-being. Not only that, but ladies and gentlemen, we have another translation that I have to fix the formatting on, but another translation that will, when I'm finished, will be available as well, a translation of Go Free in German. And let's give our gratitude and big salutes to Olaf. Big salutes to this hero. Translated Go Free into German. Like I said, it's going to take me some time to put it into the right format, but then a German translation of Go Free will also be available. We are conquering the West. The West is ours, ladies and gentlemen. We're taking it back for white well-being. God bless this hero. I want to celebrate the great ForNull, who took a lot of time out to help with the technical issues and difficulties we're having here, and I have no doubt we'll continue to help to figure out what the heck is going on. Let's hear it for the great ForNull. Quadruple 07's raucous emojis for his efforts. God bless him. I wish we could spend 20 minutes on each of these heroes. Please make sure you know their names. Appreciate them for their effort and the great work that they're doing. God bless every single one of you. The Tree Godfather jumped into a series of spaces on Saturday. It was totally epic. And I joined him there. He was swashing on these good people, good white people. And as a consequence, we met a couple of epic heroes like Arthur and totally reasonable, proud, normal white guy. And there's some others became subscribers on X and elsewhere. And we want to give a big salute to the Tree Godfather for those efforts. He's the man that made that happen, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give a big hearty welcome to all of those new champions who were able to heed the arguments out of the Go Free Dialogic and do a magnificent. Janitor of White Noir was there. It was a fantastic. Rapunzel was there. Dallas was there. It really was a great time. Big swashing celebration to everybody who showed up. Let's celebrate the great Hoyt McCoy. Ladies and gentlemen, over at Hoyt McCoy, HOYTMCCOY.substack.com. Just wrote an article. I retweeted it. It's replete with the lexical dialectical power. Check it out. The great Hoyt McCoy spreading the word of white well-being. Let's celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, I swear this is insane. This is insane. Where are all my documents here? Get ready. I want you all out of your seats. IRL victory for Azimuth Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, let me read. I wish I could just take time with every sentence, but these are in real life victories that no one else is able to achieve. Azimuth Clark, I hope he's here. A few months ago, I attended a fundraising event for our local Democrat Party. I know all the members very well, although I am a registered Republican. I spoke with our previous mayor, our borough president, and members of the borough council and school board. Everyone was talking about how we can make our town better and how far downhill it has gone. Before I read any further, I want you thinking about the reality of trying any other vehicle, any other ideology, in any of these environments, and the kind of results that people normally have. Check out this general of the House of Swash. What a perfect opportunity, he writes, for the Go Free lexicon. Every conversation I had was about white erasure and how it has negatively impacted the entire community. Now, he's in a Democrat fundraiser, a registered Republican, talking about white erasure and how it has negatively impacted the community. The lexicon was easily understood by every person I talked to. Almost all of them agreed with what I was saying. Amazing. I wasn't white negative. In other words, he wasn't anti-non-white. And I kept the conversation focused on our well-being. My great-uncle used to be the mayor of the town. He was the chief of police for many years and a police officer even longer. I also had family members on our borough council, and another is a sheriff. I also have connections with local and state government officials. Why haven't I ever used these connections to benefit our people? It's a question I've been asking myself a lot lately. You know why he never used? You know why. He knows why. Because up until going free, he didn't have anything that he could share that could work. In fact, almost everything he would share would get him condemned. I've decided to get involved more with my community and use my connections and skills to promote white well-being. I'm working on a few things and will keep our Go Free community posted. I have been having some great victories, and there are more to come. Well, there's more to come indeed. A Democrat fundraising event. He was able to talk about white well-being. Azimuth Clark also writes this. I recently had a meeting with the superintendent of our school district. He wanted to know why I chose to homeschool my son instead of sending him to the local school. Immediately, I thought to keep it Promethean and focus on our people, that I shouldn't be white negative or focus on non-whites. I went on to explain how our white erased school negatively impacts white children. White kids are often ignored because the majority of students speak Spanish. The non-white Latinos naturally want to be amongst their own people and typically ignore our children. I showed him how school materials promoted anti-whiteism. He's talking to the superintendent. I showed him how the materials promoted anti-whiteism, and many teachers themselves are anti-white. And I showed him how white students are bullied by anti-whites of all races. And the violence in schools against white children has escalated. At no time was I white negative. I put our well-being first and focused on our people. I used as much as the Go Free lexicon as I could. I didn't get angry, but I was on point and concise. I also told him that some of the white students that do go to that school had shared with me in confidence their experience. These students told me they hated going to school. They were picked on and bullied for being white and not speaking Spanish. They were isolated and ignored not just by the students, but also by the faculty, because the teachers have to spend more time with non-English speaking students, and the white kids sit in the back of the class working quietly. The school district is now, listen to this, the school district is now looking into anti-white bullying. Oh my God. And looking into how they can help white students who feel neglected and isolated. A focus on the well-being of the white kids. Complaining about blacks and Jews, Hispanics, or turning it all into an abstraction about one language in a class or ease of teaching and all of this other kind of garbage. Nothing. Failures. Nothing focusing on the well-being of white children. But the great Azimuth Clark achieved it. I told the superintendent he should read Jason Kuna's book, Go Free, and how it can be used to help him and the school faculty understand anti-whiteism and how to stop it. I just, right there, almost done with this victory, 2 huge victories by Azimuth Clark. How many other accessible writers could you recommend, especially when it comes to the well-being of white people? He had a clipboard and took notes while we spoke. Oh my God, Azimuth Clark. You've getting a hero, you. This is what a hero looks like. I have decided to give him a follow-up call and ask if I, as a father, member of the community, and taxpayer, can help start a campaign to end anti-whiteism and make it part of the school curriculum. Turns out the new principal is an old classmate of mine. I'm pushing for Go Free to be available for all students and possibly taught at school. Out of your fucking seats, get on your feet. This is what heroism looks like. This is what being a hero. The crowd has to take a breath. This is what it looks like. Azimuth Clark has something that I could never have. He has friendships and relationships. He has a history in the town. He has a particular look and a particular delivery and a particular age and particular styles of idiom and speech that all can make contacts with these people, that all can move them. Do you see how the beauty of this is? Do you see the beauty, how it works? Everyone can pick up the dialectics. People will be able to hear azimuth that could never hear me directly if I were to show up at their Democrat fundraiser or the meetings with the superintendent. This is what heroism looks like. This is how we take back our destiny. Oh my God, the stiffest of salutes. Exactly as I said it would operate. Heroes have come to the fight exactly as I have predicted. And they are demonstrating that they indeed are the Stonewall Jacksons of our age. But it's not over IRL. Not by any chance. Ladies and gentlemen, because we have a colossal victory by Marie Curie in Germany. Everybody on another victory in a real conversation. There is an organization called Patriot Petition, and they had established a petition demanding that Antifa be established designated as a terrorist organization in Germany, as Trump has done in the United States. And the great lady Marie Curie, woman of the West, reaches out, writing this: "Thank you for initiating this petition. The mainstream media and a large portion of its staff are anti-German, anti-white, especially the public broadcasting system with anti-white people like Dunya Hayali and Elmar Tavison. The social morality of the West is anti-white. We white people are instilled with feelings of guilt from birth for World War II, climate change, slavery, etc. Because of these trumped-up reasons, we supposedly deserve to be mistreated, and many white people do not resist the psychological warfare waged against us because of the white guilt that has been implanted in them. Many hate themselves and everything German, white, because of this guilt, and contribute to our destruction. Anti-white people do and support everything that harms us. They fight and defame everything that benefits us and that we love. The only way to stop anti-whites and to successfully advocate for our well-being and the well-being of our children is to win with our moral superiority. Anti-whites don't care how much we and our children suffer. They don't care what Charlie Kirk's widow and the new fatherless children are going through. Anti-whites don't care how many of our children, women, and men are raped, stabbed, kicked to death, and run over by anti-white non-whites because we supposedly deserve it. Even our unborn children deserve to suffer. What anti-whites believe, it won't happen. White anti-whites believe it won't happen to them. By calling everyone who harms us anti-German and anti-white, such as the mainstream media and the anti-white individuals like Dunya Hayali and Elmar Tavison, we expose their deceitful pretexts. Everybody better be out of their seats. This is so perfectly, brilliantly written. As pretext, we reveal the intention behind their statements. They hate white people and they want to cause us maximum harm. And this is not moral. We are moral because we, like any normal person, work for our well-being and the well-being of our children. The above is the linguistic method, Go Free, of the U.S. American Jason Kuna, also called No White Guilt. This method can be applied immediately by anyone, and there's no need to spend years hoping that a party will save you at some point or not. The website is nowhiteguilt.org, on X at nowhiteguiltnwg. This method only distinguishes between people who harm us, are anti-German and anti-white, and people who are neutral toward us or even well-disposed toward us, white positive. People's origins and backgrounds are irrelevant. We welcome every non-white person who wants to maintain their good life in the West, who helps us and is white positive. We don't want the distinction between anti-German and anti-white or white positive. Or sorry, we don't make the distinction between anti-German and anti-white and white positive. People themselves show us what they have chosen. I ask you to at least test this method. Since I learned and used the method, my life has fundamentally improved. Since the anti-German and anti-white politicians now want to pin World War III on us with their disgusting warmongering, no more time can be wasted on unsuccessful methods. The linguistic method Go Free by the American Jason Kuna, also called No White Guilt, is the only thing that helps us and our children. No more experiments. They cost lives. And in a third world war, millions of lives. Oh my God. Marie Curie, Azimuth Clark. How about now to hear for the response from Patriot Petition? How about for their response? What do you think any other method they wouldn't have responded? Any other method, what would the response be? Let's see. Dear Redacted, to maintain the anonymity, thank you very much for your detailed and moving message. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for sharing your thoughts and experience with us. You think maybe you're hearing the first couple sentences and you think maybe they're just placating her? Why would they do that? Why would they bother to do that if they were concluding, oh, well, she's some kind of a Nazi LARPer or, right? Let's hear the rest. We wholeheartedly agree with you that our society is permeated. Our whole society is permeated by a deeply damaging anti-white and anti-German ideology that systematically threatens our culture, our lives, and our future. The constant indoctrination of guilt and the psychological warfare against our people are indeed immoral and destructive. We find your description of Jason Kuna's No White Guilt method extremely remarkable. The approach of simply judging people based on whether they harm or benefits us corresponds exactly to the moral clarity and common sense that underlie our work. Folks, that's the morality and common sense of all of the white race. Ready for this message. At Patriot Petition, we are committed to precisely these principles: protecting our Christian Western culture, preserving our national sovereignty, and defending the interests of our families and children. The constant attacks on our heritage and identity must finally be named and rejected. We will study the Go Free method intensively and explore how we can integrate these principles into our work. The time for silence is over. We must act now to protect our children from destruction. Thank you for your courage and steadfastness. Together, we will shape the future. Everyone, I am absolutely euphoric. Everyone, stand up salutes. Stand up salutes for these heroes. Holy God. Marie Curie, Azimuth Clark, changing the hearts and minds. A white race ready for the moral principles, the moral positioning, ready to call it out for what it is. Anti-whiteism, protect the children in the classroom from the white children from anti-white mistreatment. Protect the people of the white race of Germany by calling out the attack as anti-white on our identity. Nothing else could do this. May God in heaven reach you in any moment that you need to be reached. This is the path. This is the way. This is the truth. Nothing else does this. Oh my God. We got to keep rolling because we're going to run out of time. But oh my God. I am absolutely lightheaded. I am absolutely 2 weeks in a row, 3 colossal victories. We got to keep rolling, folks. Keep your raucous emojis going. Let's jump over to these images. I am absolutely lightheaded over the epic victories. I guess that way's not going to work. 1 second. Try this again. Nope, wrong one. I can't believe it. This is just... And this is done by swashing. You hear the words coming out of Azimuth Clark, Marie Curie, Homeless Bear. They are flawless knights of the white table. They are apostles of love, white well-being, touching the minds with the power of God himself of our brothers and sisters. This is liberation. We got to roll. Anglo-Saxon on WG. 2,027 people empowered in the audience of our friend I Am Yes. Anti-whites want total white erasure. This is Tommy Robinson. We got plenty swashing on him. Look at here. Anti-white at the very beginning. We just need him to get rid of that space. 364,000 people read that because of us, because of you. Get those raucous emojis going. Blue Flame on Evelina Hanna, empowering 1,300 people with the white magic. Here and why with this totally epic meme. Show the love for these people. I want you to come back, get screenshots when we're done. This is the great Cindy Bin, another champion of the West. Here she is on Benny Johnson. Meanwhile, I have family and friends who are against ICE and Trump. They totally don't get it. They are in the anti-white narrative. I've lived in Illinois all my life, and I'm outside of Chicago, afraid to even visit the city. She writes, over 600 people empowered in Benny Johnson's audience, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Cindy Ben. We've got this coming up. You're not even going to believe it. Cool Papa J Magic over in the audience of Fleckus Talks. 202 people empowered in that audience. Cool writes, white erasure is the point and always has been. There is no Western civilization without Western kind. This is the white magic as the audience takes another break. This is how we change the world, with the power of God in our sails. Cool Papa J Magic again, swashing over here in the audience of History Debunked. 637 people giving a like and being empowered. It's more accurately described as white erasure. And then down here, another 120. Get a screenshot of that. We got to keep it moving, ladies and gentlemen. Running out of time. But he's pointing out it's happening everywhere. The exact same anti-whiteism. Show the love for Cool Papa J Magic. Here he is on Liberal Hive Mind. 1.2 thousand people empowered and giving likes to the great Cool Papa J Magic. Time for America and the West to wake TF up to the realities of what? Anti-whiteism. Cool again on Matt Walsh. 623 more people empowered, giving a like to. They want white erasure and don't care one jot who is harmed in the process. Conservatives need to be taking anti-whiteism much more seriously. God bless this hero. Cool over here on Steve Franson. 3,600 people empowered. Get a screenshot of that work of this powerful general and imitate. Give it up for Cool Papa J Magic. Dallas Malloy, over 5,000 people empowered in the audience of Steven Crowder, sharing the totally epic meme, including the website so that folks know where to go. It is you that are the hero in this story. Dallas again, another 1,700 people empowered with this epic memes in the audience of Uncle, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the great Dallas Malloy. Dandy Westman, ladies and gentlemen. 7,500 more people empowered, this time in the audience of, I think it says, Pericles the Great. Anti-whiteism is motivated by jealousy and envy. The anti-white narrative dehumanizes Western kind. White anti-whites use retributive justice as a pretext for victimizing innocent white people. Shares the epic meme. Give this man, this swashbuckling general, huge celebration. Laud these people. Oh my God, you're going to see this coming up. Lord, I guess that's the Franklinator. And the great Azimuth Clark again, this time on Fleckus Talks. In that audience, Franklinator reaching 425 people with the white magic, giving likes to his comment. Anti-whiteism is out of control in this country. Azimuth Clark below that and getting 431 people in Fleckus audience, the white magic. Who else is sick and tired of anti-whiteism? God bless these heroes. Here you have the great Stefan Molyneux, and I know we have some people out there swashing on him. For White Well-Being is swashing. Anti-Vilification League is swashing on him. Take a look at this. For White Well-Being writes under here, a clear example of anti-whiteism, right under Stefan Molyneux. And look at right here, folks. Stefan Molyneux himself gave that a like. Give it up for White Well-Being. Just take a look at the number of content creators and the variety of these creators that our swashbucklers are reaching. Take a look at this. It's going to get big. It's going to get big and real coming up here. Golden Honeybee getting in with 500 more people saved with the white magic in the audience of, Amiri King. She writes, a lifetime of anti-white propaganda has made them hate themselves and all other white people. Big salutes. Powerful. The lexicon, the dialectic. It's coming from everywhere because Golden Honeybee is everywhere. Here we have a solo activist. And a big thank you to Stop Anti-Whiteism for finding this champion's efforts. James writes here in the audience of, who was that up there? Was that Cornelius Rex? Anti-whiteism is basically the state religion. 437 people empowered by the solo activists of White Well-Being. Show the man some love. He is here again. The anti-white narrative is either heavily cherry-picked or completely false, depending. Show the love, show the appreciation to the solo activist, swashbuckling maverick. God bless you, James. Again, anti-whites, just admit you're anti-white. 664 empowered and giving a heart, giving a like to that comment. Man, this guy's rocked it. Reminder that colonizer, it perfectly done in quotes, is just a generic anti-white slur. How many people empowered? 1,177 people empowered. What an epic week by James. the solo activist. Here we have Julia. The great Julia coming in. Take a look at this. In the audience of Peter Lloyd, almost 12,000 people empowered. Hundreds and hundreds of likes. She writes, the justice system isn't two-tier, it's consistently anti-white. Sharing an epic meme, give it up for the swashbuckling General Julia. There you have it. Just the misses. Anti-whiteism. The video she made is the only evil that's legal. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a short. Give it up for just the misses. Decided the spirit had moved her. She was going to make a short. Make sure you share it. Give it up for the swashbuckling General. Just the misses, ladies and gentlemen. Justin McDaniel gets a like for his comment from the Lotus Eaters abstractionists themselves. Take a look at this. Fantastic job highlighting the anti-whiteism of the ADL. And the Lotus Eaters gave that guy, get it up, man. Get out of your seats. That's changing. That's what changing the world looks like. McDaniel back again. 500 more people empowered in the audience of HOMATH. They're thoroughly infected with anti-whiteism. Here's a meme to deal with the white anti-whites. Sharing the epic route to your empowerment. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Justin McDaniel again. 3,000 plus people empowered. Another anti-white hush crime. Non-white perpetrator and white victim. This is in the audience of our friend I Am Yes, You Are No. Give it up for Justin McDaniel. Here we have a brand new follower, Lazi, a big account. She shares here, talking about, she gets down, well, what's genocide? What's ethnic replacement? And then ethnic cleansing, and what's white erasure? Encapsulates it all. Show this Lazi the love, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. Make sure you know, make sure that she knows that we celebrated her for this. God bless you, Lazi. Well done. Sharing the meme. This is the power of the memes that our meme mavens make. Pat Condell. I was blown out of my seat when I saw this. Pat Condell used the word anti-white. Finally. How many views did he get using the word anti-white, Pat? We're so glad. 224,000 people. Who made this happen, folks? This community made this happen. We're going to keep swashing everywhere. This coupled with endless anti-white propaganda, writes Pat. Good on you, Pat. Make sure he knows we celebrated him. Pericles the Great over here. 286,000 people seeing this post where he uses anti-white hate. We get rid of that hyphen, it'll be perfect. Give it up for Pericles the Great. Let him know. Folks, we are changing the world. Holy shit. No joke. Take a look at this. You're going to get to see more of it in a moment. Samantha Smith over here. How many people saw her use the erasure of white people on this post? 88,000 people saw her use the erasure. Why is she using it? Because we are swashing. God bless everybody swashing on Samantha Smith, and thank you. Let her know that we celebrated her. Check Steve Franson out, ladies and gentlemen. Here he has a post. What does he use? White erasure. This is a recipe for white erasure. How many people saw the concept that we swash every living day? 1.1 million. 1.1 million. This is how we get around their censorship, baby. Give it up for Steve Franson. Let him know that we celebrated him. Stop anti-whiteism. Over on Instagram, Swashing writes, another anti-white hush crime gets 552 people the power of white magic. Another anti-white hush crime. Get a screenshot, copy this hero. He makes epic memes. Love on this man. Take a look at this. Oh, it just keeps getting better and better. The Tree Godfather was extraordinary again this week, ladies and gentlemen. Marginalized, he puts in quotes, just mean, anti-white. 2,900 people he empowers with this and the epic meme directing them back to the source. Just keep it going. For Tree Godfather, we got more from him. This is Tree Godfather on Dane. He writes, there's no Western civilization without Western kind. Perfect meme, so powerful. 15,000 people in Dane's audience, empowered with the white magic of Go Free. Keep it going for Tree Godfather. My freaking God. Tree Godfather on Hermes. 7,500 more people in the audience now of Hermes. Tree Godfather sharing the epic meme about the anti-white narrative. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Tree Godfather in the audience of Homath. 2,700 more people. Hundreds and hundreds of likes. Empowered, liberated. With this beautiful meme, Jealousy and Envy, NoWhiteGuilt.org. The Eindelen looks so beautiful right there. Well done, Tree Godfather. A god among men. Tree Godfather again in the audience of I Hypocrite. 4,800 people in that audience. Empowered with the meme. They just hate white people. Hundreds and hundreds of likes. Folks, imitate these swashbuckling generals. Become this awesome. You will be celebrated. Tree Godfather, a beautiful meme. That's a handsome guy right there, I must say. Over in the audience of I Hypocrite, 4,700 people. 4,700, over half a thousand of likes. Liberated in the audience of I Hypocrite. My God, Tree Godfather. He is a gift, as are so many of you from God himself. 1,200 more people empowered in I Hypocrite audience with this. I love this meme. The white child missing in it. Hundreds more of likes. The Tree Godfather. So many quadruple raucous emojis, salutes. Again, the Godfather. This time on our brother, I am yes, you are no. He writes, truly beautiful meme. 5,100 more people empowered. Hundreds and hundreds of likes and retweets. Oh my freaking God. It doesn't give it. This is like one of the most epic weeks ever as the audience takes another breath. Tree Godfather again, this time on James Woods. 7,700 more people exposed to the liberating magic of Go Free. Over 500,000 likes. Anti-whiteism has infested our courts horribly. White children won't get the justice they deserve. Look at this meme. Powerful. Here he is again. Epic meme. Directionality. Where to go. This is in the audience of moms posting L's. How many people did Tree Godfather in that person's audience release with the lifeblood of Go Free? 64,000 this past week. 64,000. Oh my God. The good Lord is with us. Tree Godfather again. 2,000 more people. This time in the audience of National Conservative. Tree Godfather is a freaking force of nature. Disgusting anti-white practice needs to end. The white labeling, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is again on Radio Genoa. Meme he's used before. 2,500 more people empowered. Let's get them raucous emojis, live emojis going for this guy. Again, Tree Godfather. That's still just the Chinese version of Western civilization, but valid point. Shares the epic meme. 4,000 more people empowered by the great Tree Godfather. I love that meme too. So perfectly accurate. Tree Godfather, yep, another handsome devil here. 2,000 more people empowered in the audience of Stefan Molyneux, another hero. swashing over there on the renowned Stefan Molyneux. Fact, Godfather writes, Antifa is anti-white. 3,000 more people. This guy is out of control. Holy freaking God. Salutes, salutes. Holy. And now he's over on Wall Street Apes. 8,500 more people empowered here. Hundreds of likes. Tree Godfather, Tree Godfather, Tree Godfather. 2,900 more people empowered in Wall Street Apes. Let's be real, he writes these beautiful memes. 16,500 more people empowered in the audience of Wall Street Mob. It's not woke, he puts in quotes, it's anti-white. Very specifically, anti-white, and FYI, Karen, puts it in quotes, is an anti-white slur. I love this meme as well. Oh my God. Biospirit of the West coming in, ladies and gentlemen. 6,700 people empowered in the audience of Martin Sellner. That's anti-whiteism, white guilt, and white erasure across the West in a nutshell. Anti-white villainy signaling has consequences. This is how the mayor sees herself. Oh my God, I love the meme. Perfectly written by the OG leader himself. The man does it all. West is back again in the audience of Steven Crowder. We are everywhere with power. The reason why it's anti-whiteism, we live under systemic anti-whiteism in the West. This is one of the perfect, beautiful memes, easy to share. 6,700 people in Steven Crowder's audience empowered. No one else is doing this work. You are the heroes. West again, 3,000 more people empowered, hundreds of likes. Multiracialism does not work anymore, ever. The anti-whites know this, which is why they pushed it on white countries in order to destroy Western civilization. Anti-whiteism is the moral evil of our age. Give it up. Trophies and gems. Oh my God, we did it. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. This isn't even all the victories, for the love of freaking God. Get ready for this. Celebrate Janitor of White Noir, because he has had his finger on the pulse this past week of the spread of the concept anti-whiteism. If you remember, a concept that so many people, including Khaled, so many people told me, Cheesy would never, including somebody that you all know and respect. He's been around for a long time. And it's one of my bizarre words that nobody will ever take seriously, except everybody's taking seriously. Let's celebrate Janitor of White Noir for finding all of these and bringing them out. And let's celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, the victory of this community, the House of Swash, with the next 3 videos.
Unfortunately, the cultural stuff goes a lot deeper, and this is what was a big thing for me waking up. And it's funny that I see like right-wingers. I had a post about anti-whiteism, and I remember I'm a people friendly with Carl Benjamin now.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was over on the account of Connor Tomlinson, a big account, and this was an interview, a conversation. Anti-white, him waking up to what? Anti-whiteism, this guy. Keep it going. What an epic victory. The next up we have is Real Femme, I think it's Sapin.
System. The phrase, I'm speaking, this hypnosis where it seems like fundamentally Black Americans will only ever be Democrat, it is all making sense. And it's anti-whiteism derived from white guilt, which in a sense at times can lead to Black supremacy.
We are everywhere. We are ascendant. The good Lord is with us. Praise God. The final video, British Insights, is the name of the channel.
It's important that we apply the same standards to all peoples, regardless of skin color. When you reverse the roles like that, it becomes obvious. Anti-whiteism is a disease. It's a deep-rooted sickness in modern.
They all said it couldn't be done. They all said it would never be used. We did this. We did this. And it's not even over, folks. We now have an interview, Alex Jones and Gavin McInnes taking the words just right out of my mouth in his argument that so much of anti-Semitism is really a consequence of anti-whiteism now these days. Listen closely.
Black people blame whites for all their problems, and I don't like when the far right blames Jews for all their problems. If it rains on a Monday, it wasn't the Jews. Stay focused, folks. I think a lot of this anti-Semitism, too, it smells of like anti-whiteism. Like at these rallies, they go, you know, America's on stolen land, Israel's on stolen land.
Oh, no, that's why the left loves it. I mean, what I'm saying is, as a populist right-winger, I don't like bad stuff Netanyahu does. I'm not a fan. But exactly, it's this bridge between right and left to literally say inherently, it's the acceptable anti-white racism now.
This close.
Which is perfect, though, because it was leftist Jewish groups that helped start this, though. Speak to that.
We are this close with Jones. This close. And look at Gavin McInnes celebrate all of these people using anti-whiteism. Show them the deepest love and the most respect. Ladies and gentlemen, we got one more for you. The great leader of the OT, Biospirit of the West, got his comment read by the moral and awesome Donald Trump Jr., the path to the great Donald Trump Sr.
When will anti-whites be held accountable? Obviously, this is a controversial one, but, there are clearly plenty of them out there. I wish that wasn't the case. I wish there were an anti-anything. But that's a thing, and it was enabled by the Democrats, and it was enabled and funded by, networks like the Soros people and all those crazy. So, let's hope that all stops.
Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, the great Biospirit of the West. Getting his comment, this is how we got the great Donald Trump. Number one son is the fastest route to the father. And that's why Donald Trump said anti-white is not permissible in the West either. And you can see the morality of Trump Jr. right there. 100% he's able to say, this is the work of this community. God bless him. Celebrate every single person. We'll be right back. Oh my God. It is hot in here. I got to crank the AC up. What a miraculous. Let's run through. I biggest apologies. Can you imagine that we have so many colossal victories that we don't even have time. We don't even have time. And this is weekly. This is weekly. Everybody is demonstrating that the spirit of the West is moving through them, articulating them. The light is shining through them. They're becoming beacons of love, hope, and redemption to our brothers and sisters in the West. And it's going to take root with the personalities, in the language, with the personas, with the people who have the connections, like we're talking about with Azimuth Clark. With those people, it's going to take root the way it has to take root to be able to win in those environments. And it's over for anti-whiteism, and there'll be no more these horrific murder, this beatings, and this horrific treatment and rape like we saw of Jenny. Oh my God! Keep it going right now for the great anonymous financially gifting $50, $50. Give it up for anonymous. Everybody, just keep the raucous emojis going. We just got to keep it rolling. This is truly, if you ever doubted, you can be forgiven because it's normal. It's human. And there's been failure your entire life. But there's no more evidence you need. There is no more proof that this is the one true light and hope. God himself is directing you to this. Let's keep it going for anonymous. $50 for white well-being. God bless you, champion. Over here on premium, on Entropy, Dude Bro Moment platform, we've got to really rock it out. We did get to celebrating Dude Bro Moment last Wednesday for the $50 that we knew he would get to us, and he did, even though he wasn't there yet by the time we wrapped up. But he's got another $50 tonight. give this man, this is why the platform is now named after him, the Dude Bro Moment platform, aka Entropy, $50 beautiful dollars. Can you imagine giving your financial support to anything else? Everything loses. Dude Bro Moment, $50, he says, for white well-being. Everybody out of your seats, literally. Raucous emojis, live emojis over in the corner. Let it be heard. Be loud and be proud. Marie Curie, not only did she have, holy God, not only did she have this victory that is ineffably glorious with the people she interacted with, touch them directly at the core of their being. You know, one of the reasons that has been claimed, of the two reasons claimed for why Islam moved so rapidly across the Middle East, is because obviously, one, that they were violent with everybody they came in contact with, but the other reason that's given is that it spoke directly to who and what those people are. That's what Go Free does for the Western kind. That's what it does for us. Marie Curie, ladies and gentlemen, financially gifting tonight. I can't even believe you've already done too much. You've already done so much. 250 white well-being dollars. 200. Give this lady trophies galore, flowers galore. Oh my God. We got to keep rolling. We'll come back to what you wrote, though, sister. Absolutely. What a day for victories. Flame of the West coming in, and we got Flame of the West on Wednesday as well. He had financially gifted $25 then as well on Wednesday, and $25 more today. Flame of the West, show the love, big celebration, $25. And he writes, thanks go to all the swashing heroes for waking our people. Amen to that. This will be in the storybooks. It's not just going to be in the history books. The fact that you lived, that you were a champion in this hour, the darkest hour for Western man, even worse than when we had to come together to defend ourselves against the Islamists, to defend ourselves against the Mongols, to defend again and again. Even a darker age, all of you were going to be remembered. Champions of the white race. We'll come back and we'll check. Because we'll get to all the celebrating ones. We are refreshing right now. We mentioned last week, I just want to point out the great Promethean Healings $25 financial gift. I think he was already gone. I hope he's still here. We celebrated you. Let's celebrate an unstoppable man, if there ever was one, a musical genius. First, last, $100. And he's doing something very pristine, very Slotzian. He is financially gifting those $100 in the name of Jenny from Kentucky. God bless you, hero. A real man of the West standing up. A real man of the West standing up. Keep it going wildly for our very own Starlet, ladies and gentlemen. $50 from Starlet. Oh my God. She says, speaking truth with truth, all capitals, with that glorious $50 financial gift. Big salute, sister. Keep it going. Matched by the great Corey. $50 as well. Corey financially gifting tonight. Another true champion. Hero for Western kind. Thanks for your service to white well-being. God bless you, man, and thank you for your service. Thank you for bringing your intelligence and your abilities to the work we're doing here. We also had a financial gift from the great First Last on Wednesday that we missed. It was $5 at that. So tack that onto his 100 today. That's $105 by the great First Last. We'll swivel around. We'll see if we have any more to celebrate. And then we'll get to every other financial gift. We might go a little bit over, but we hope to not.
go too much because of that problem with Spreaker. All right. No mail in the thaumatological mailbag today, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back to the great Marie Curie over here. And she said, I cannot believe these victories. Anti-whiteism being used everywhere. It is the lingua franca. Go Free is becoming the lingua franca now. All of these naysayers, all of these people that said it wouldn't work, it couldn't be used, everybody would reject it. Marie Curie writing here, thank you to all my white brothers and sisters who create the great white well-being memes that I use all the time on social media, and to the Tree Godfather, Hans, and other brothers and sisters who conduct the great daily X space. That is the Shade Tree at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time almost every single day. She's talking about how pristine is this? This woman is on fire with love for the white race, and she's at it every single, just tweeting, posting, reaching out IRL and touching base with folks, persuading good people. And here she shows up to thank everybody that she works in a team with. That's how it's supposed to be done. Demonstrating the way it's done, ladies and gentlemen. Marie Curie, what a beautiful comment. $250 with it. Big salutes to this hero. We also have the great Stumbling, not stumbling in though, $5 financial gift. He writes with it, during the 2020 BLM riots, I sought out Black content creators to sedate my rising hatred of Blacks. Losing focus on our people drives us to anger and on to white guilt. I wasted hours watching Tatum and dumb music reaction videos as penance. Oh, that's awesome, man. That's sort of testimonial to come forward and tell us everybody has been making that in their life, these mistakes, everybody. So to be able to come forward and admit, own where you've gone wrong and show where you now have gone right is one of the most glorious things that you can do. It's like I try to do in Crucible. I've never presented myself and never will as some sort of suddenly here I am and like Bubble Boy does, for example, and it's perfection or whatever. I've struggled. You've struggled. We've all struggled. I've made errors. You've made errors. We all made errors, but we are focused on doing the right thing. And these are the victories that a team imbued with a faith in our peoplehood, a faith in God himself. Now you see it's getting so big. And this, and how much justice is this? That on this weekend, when there was a conference about the best and brightest as it was billed, and they didn't, no invite to speak, nothing like this. You could come be a member of the audience of the peanut gallery to celebrate all of these actual leaders, thought leaders, content creators, Jason. You can do that. What a week to show that we have changed the world. What a week. God bless everybody on this team. How truly amazing. All right, let's swivel around over here. The Great Sloths just tagging me here says Marie Curie donating. She gets 20 statues across the West. Small parks and flower gardens. Hell yes, she does. Sloths financially gifting $1. Azimuth Clark and Marie Curie's victories are making me uncomfortable with pessimism. Natural instinct, man, because there's been so much failure. Thank you for saying that.
Thank you for being honest enough to confess what so many white people feel, because there's been lifetime of failure. God bless you for that. Savage Monday saying here, Corona abs now lives rent-free in my head. My voice is hoarse. All right, I'll come back and I'll see if we have any other financial gifts there. I don't think we missed any here, but we have Stephen over here financially gifting $10 and writing well-being. Amen to that. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you so very much for that gift. We also have Yiz the Unifier gifting $5, and she writes, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you so much, Yiz the Unifier. We have Weldon matching her at $5. God bless you, Weldon. And he writes, God bless. What an unbelievable, truly, let me take a look at, nothing like this has ever happened. I've been around forever. All right, we got comments over here. I don't know if there's any directed at me on the live chat. No tags for me. But let's see. Oh, we have anti-whiteism ends with you. No, I mean incentives people to buy books from your site instead of Amazon, to include bookmarks made by community members. Well, I actually have a bunch of things that I send along still with purchases on NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. We handle problems as individuals. He says families, existence. Oh, so that was a different subject. I mean the existence of police as an institution. Okay, so not the individuals, correct. As he was saying earlier. Police aren't part of the Western norms as institution now. We handle problems as individuals and families. Existence of police is a surrender of the sovereignty as well. Okay, I gotcha. And he says, also adds, we must return to our best ideas for criminal and civil justice. 100%. Well said. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Over here on the live chat. Tag me on the live chat, just as elsewhere, if you have anything that you want to share. I will swivel around. Novi Horror says, if you have, quote, been around forever, and I was a grown man when you were born, then I guess I'm really ancient. Yes. That does make you really ancient, my brother. You are really ancient. Let's see if we can. I think we should hit up some music.
In the light we dance as one, hearts embrace, the night's begun. Dreams unfold in silent waves, going free, no fear enslaves. Gentle whispers, soft and true. In this space we all renew. Rise above a pristine flow, shining bright, our bio-spirits glow. Echo soft in harmony. Feel the love, it's ours to be.
Celebrate the great sloths. Celebrate the great sloths, the maker of this magical tune. I think we'll have to save today's lesson of slavery made whites wealthy and its only skin color for next Sunday. I think the lesson today, quite simply, is that go free is winning. You are winning. White well-being is winning. We here, together as a team, are changing the world. So many ways that our champions, Knights of the White Table, blessed by the good Lord himself, are winning victories for us. God bless every single one of you. I'm going to take a look for your comments. Make sure you tag me as @NoWhiteGuilt with the remaining time, 10 minutes or so we have together before we bump up against the our hard stop of Spreaker. What a beautifully colorful Dude Bro Moment platform today. Is this not amazing? Is this not truly amazing? Think about that we have done this with the genius of the white race and our efforts. That's it. No millions of dollars, no tens of millions of dollars, no. We have done this with our love, our charity based in love. And everyone, never forget that everyone said it couldn't be done. Everyone said it could not be done. All the haters, all the naysayers, all the schmucks and the cucks. The great sloths over here tagging me says, anti-whiteism is just cringe, Jason. Yes, that's what they said. Land of the Fake gifted a subscription, or was gifted. Thank you for that. Whoever did the gifting and the receiving. Looking for tags over there on Premium Rumble. Tag me on YouTube. I'll come right back there in a moment. That's so funny. The Corona abs is going to live rent free. All right. No, didn't miss anybody over there on Odyssey or D Live. And I don't think there's any new comments over here on AC. We need AC. All right. Looking for tags over here on YouTube. Anti-whiteism ends with you. What are you asking exactly? I see your tag, but I don't know what you're referencing. I said he was having a problem. We are not deleting your comments. Absolutely not. I don't see that anywhere. Some people, when you flip over to top chat, will not be able to see your comments. And that's YouTube doing that, not us. So if everybody's on live chat, everybody should be able to see everybody else's comments. Oh, there's the great Azimuth Clark. We got both the here. Marie Curie is here. Azimuth Clark is here. Holy God. Well done, the both of you. I'm so ecstatic. Novi Horus says, yes, we all make errors. I may be more than any. He says, love for our people can bring us to God's love and to being victorious in reclaiming our destiny. To free Western kind. Amen to that. Very well written. Dennis says, we appreciate you, Jason. Appreciate you, brother. Novi Horus says, the lingua franca, and hopefully very soon, the lingua vulgaris, I don't know how to pronounce it exactly, to be used by all of the common people. Amen. Yes, sir. Chiming in saying, the last few weeks have been a crescendo of Go Free Lexicon. The last 3 streams have shown such hope for Western kind. Could you imagine, and everybody, if we weren't so opposed? I mean, it doesn't matter. We're still pushing. We're still winning. God is obviously with us. So we're still pushing. We're still winning. It's working exactly as we said it would. But I mean, good God. It's going to be like electricity hits. It's going to be like lightning strikes. You get enough of those positive and negative ions, and then the static. You can feel that's like what's happening right now. The static. You can feel the static in the air. You can smell it. The air beginning to get electrified. And then it's going to strike. And it's going to be the biggest bolt of lightning the world has ever seen. And the concepts and the peoplehood that they engender across the West, it'll be like this, and there'll be nothing the anti-whites can do to stop it. Thank you all, every single one of you, for celebrating in the live chat. It is one of the most important things, and that's no exaggeration, one of the most important things that we can do is to celebrate everybody on the team. I know it's a long time. I know it's a lot of victories. I know you got to, be clicking on the emojis over and over and the live emojis and everything, and I deeply appreciate it. So thank you. My personal thank you to every one of you for celebrating our team members. Jeffrey says, I don't see Super Chat or membership. How do I donate? Can't give much, but brother, anything is everything. Your service to white well-being. You can go swash. You can get everything. God bless you. I have been demonetized on YouTube twice, so there's no monetization here. But you can head on over to Entropy. The link is in the description below. That's an option. There's another option for the app that allows cash. There's another option for Subscribe Star. All very easy to use. Once you find them in the description, you can also find them on knowwhyguilt.org. Click on the links, in particular financial gift tabs. And also Premium Rumble is an option. So thank you for asking, Jeffrey. Big salutes to you. I do believe, says Novi Hora, that somehow God, the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, the Holy Ghost, gave this to your mind, even though you question the existence of Christ and his deity. I don't question I walked away from the Christian church as it stands right now because of how anti-white it is. And I appreciate that. I've had other people who have been very faithful Christians that have come to me and said the same sort of thing. And obviously, God is going to work through us, all of us. We are the apostles. Make your intent pure, and you'll see talents. You address the mean pathogens in your mind. You'll see talents, physical, mental, and spiritual, you never thought you had. And the good Lord will come to push you over the finish line. So very true. The interesting thing is I've also had folks, good people, who practice some of the other European religions who have come and said, clearly, this God or that God has sent this. People are trying to commune with our eternal, and we got to turn inward. That's where you find the Creator. That's how we were born. He made us. When we're born, that's all we are. That's the closest you come to God. So thank you. That's a big honor for you to say. I deeply appreciate that. And if that indeed is the case, then that means the good Lord has brought all of you to this. Never forget that. Live your life as the hero in our story. Live your life as the hero in every single page. Nobody says Donald Trump Jr. is half Czech. His mother was Ivana. Well, that's awesome. First last says you are ascended. Well, I appreciate that, brother. Since we're all on the same team, it means that we're all going down the field for the touchdown. I mean, just big salutes to every single, how exciting. Unbelievable. And what a week. What a week to have this level of victory. When they were all saying, we're going to have this big conference, and it's all the smartest and the people having the most success. And we want to be able to hear from those people and have the folks, and also hear from people who are the smartest, and they're doing things out in the world. And we want to get updates on all of the things they're doing. On this week, we do this. Our concepts have reached millions this week across dozens of content creators' platforms. And we have, in real life, reached out to people and touched base with them spiritually in our morality. This is magic. This is magic. This is what it looks like for people to recapture their destiny. Cool Papa says, taking one of my rabbits out with me. That's awesome. Pulling a rabbit out of the hat. He does it every single week. All right. What an amazing. We'll be back on Wednesday. Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There's a possibility I could come around sooner. So keep your eyes and ears out for that. And the Tree Godfathers, Shade Tree, and all of the champions that show up there, 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every single day, almost every single day. We tweet it, we share it, and make sure that even if you can't make it, that you repost it. And we'll bring more and more people into this glorious work, the work of the good Lord, and putting an end to the anti-whiteism, the evil of this age. What an exciting time to be alive. There are so many days when things seem beyond bleak, and we have to do all of this in the midst. We have to fight against people who pretend to be on the side of the white race. We have to fight against the anti-whites. We have to fight against the ignorance and the cowardice abstractionizers. Thank you so much, brother. And yet, We have successes like this. We have days like this. Never forget it. Never forget it. Every time you feel down, every time you feel like it's lost, be honest with yourself and weigh these victories and this path and how efficacious it is against everything else in the world. And I know for a fact the good Lord will come back to you and he will fill you with the spirit of the West. And together, even though we can't walk on water, together we'll walk through fire. God bless you all. Let's go free.